We're going to start off with the Artemis 1 pre-rollout media teleconference.
We've seen challenges just getting all our systems to work together.
Let's see what we got.
And that's why we do a flight test. It's about going after the things that can't be modeled. And we're learning by taking more risk on this mission before we put crew on there. And those challenges, come with this complex of a vehicle and where we're flying and how we're getting there. We'll continue to look at things on the vehicle on SLS performance as we go uphill to make sure we're getting the performance and the controllability out of all the propulsive elements on the first stage, and our ICPS performance, raising the perigee and giving us the TLI translunar injection that we need. And then, of course, Orion, getting through all its deployments of the solar arrays and testing of its propulsion system. The good part in all this is our teams have continued to grow and learn about the vehicle, and we're confident, but like I say, it's a flight test, so we'll continue to look for every bit of sign everywhere along the missions. We focus a lot about getting to T0, but I think the flight control team and Rick and Judd and Mike Serafin and mission management have given you some of the things that we look for during the mission too, to meet our objectives of understanding performance and testing the heat shield and getting the vehicle back. So the preparation have gone really well since getting back to the VAB, and we've certainly had unexpected things through this whole flow, including the hurricane. So just a little over a week from getting that countdown started and continuing back on this path towards this challenging flight test. So with that, let me turn it over to Cliff and let him fill you in on what's been going on in the VAB.
Good afternoon, everyone, and it's really great to be back here, ready to roll back out to the pad. Since rolling back to the VAB for Hurricane Ian, the team has been hard at work. The work in the VAB has gone smoothly, and we've been able to protect the rocket from the hurricane, and we've been able to get into our inspections and make repairs to the TPS and replace FTS hardware, or flight termination system hardware there, recharge the Orion batteries as well as our secondary payload batteries, and we've even replaced some of the payload batteries. The execution by the team has been excellent. Our initial focus was on gaining access to the vehicle so we could get to work on the second stage, which was our critical path. Work included battery changeouts, transducer replacement, and other testing. As this work was proceeding, we were changing out core flight termination system components, core stage flight termination system components, including the batteries, and as well as we changed out the booster batteries. This past weekend, we have performed our flight termination system testing. We started retracting our platforms. We're actually retracting our final platform now. And the crawler transporter is now in the high bay underneath the mobile launcher. In addition to the operational work going on in High Bay 3, our launch team has been preparing for the next attempt and actually went through a full simulation, launch simulation. Right now, we are on target for our rollout call to stations. We'll be at 6 p.m. tonight. And our expected first motion is 1 minute after midnight tonight. Let's see, through the efforts of the team here in the VAB, we have been able to gain about a 1 day of margin for the pad operations to account for, as Jim mentioned, weather earlier, but that gives them some margin to really help our probability of hitting that November 14th first launch attempt. Also, at the pad, we'll be refreshing some science samples for our space biology payload. And then right now, we are very confident in our team and our systems. And we're looking forward to getting back out to pad and getting launched on the 14th. Charlie will be here, again, talking around the mission management team L-2 timeframe about specific launch countdown items. And that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Cliff. We'll now get into the question and answer portion of today's call. You can press *1 to get added to the queue and *2 if you'd like to be removed from the queue. I do also want to note that we have Mark Berger from the launch pardon me, who's the launch weather officer with Space Launch Delta 45. We have him here because, as Jim noted, we do have a storm we're watching, so Mark can help with any weather-related questions. Let's see, your lines are on mute, and the operator will open and close your mic when we come to your question. And with that, we'll get started with Marcia Dunn with the Associated Press.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. Probably for Jim, what do you lose by launching at night? The cons, especially if things don't go well, and how long would you have to wait for the next daylight opportunity for launch? Thanks.
The cons are
yeah, thanks,
light.
Marcia. Yeah, I think we have the visual references obviously are what you lose in terms of launching at night, but obviously we have IR cameras. We're going to get some visuals because just launching at night and the big fire coming out the back is going to help light things up for us too. So it's just some of those visual images, but we have a great number of cameras on here that we'll still get shots from, and critical elements we'll see the things that we need, and then we get back to the daylight launches. Of course, I don't have my notebook here, but the daytime launches start, I think, around the 22nd in terms of when they would be daytime launches. We don't have access to those days in the window right now. The Holiday Airspace release program that is run by the FAA. Our next opportunity beyond the 16th and 19th that we have clear is the 25th. We'd have to, again, work with our federal partners if we needed to open up one of those days to have access to launch in.
Our next question is from Bill Harwood of CBS News.
Hey, thanks very much, guys. And this is for either one of you. You know, you get asked this question at every one of these briefings, but I'll ask it again for the record. I know you've said the boosters are good as is for the duration of the period, but is there a definitive date by which you have to launch or you can't? Or is this simply open-ended based on your analysis of, of the boosters? I'm just curious if there's some limit on how long you can stay at the pad before you really have to do something. Thanks.
Yeah, let me give kind of the overall limited life thing, Bill, and I appreciate you asking it because we should keep it at the forefront of our minds, and I can tell you we did do that, and Cliff can maybe give you an example or two, or we did going back to the VAB this time that, as I've said, we have a list, a number of things on a limited life item list. Each of them have a different revisit date. That's my term. When we have to go back and redo the analysis and look at the assumptions in the analysis, and it's really more a function of when do we feel like those assumptions are no longer good, and the boosters fall into that category. I think I would be doing our team and you a disservice by saying we can just go forever, because I don't think that's the case. I think we look at the analysis every time with a different set of lenses, thinking about what else could have changed. Just like we looked at the roll decision today, and we're talking about 40 knot winds, potential 40 knot winds for the storm. Well, how's that compare to what we looked at for Hurricane Ian, and how's that look for the duration? How's that factor into the fatigue life or the cycles on there? So I think we look at it in the way that we laid out in the analysis, and we look at the frequency that we need, and we look at it with the fresh view of things. And don't forget that we also have our independent technical authorities that are part of our team that are designed to make sure we're not all in a group think and saying, oh, yeah, everything's fine. Now, I trust our team, our mainline team, to do that. but we also have that check and balance. So Cliff, anything from a limited life that you want to talk about that you looked at in the VAB this time?
Yeah, Jim. So as you know, the batteries, particularly our flight termination system batteries, have a limited life on them, and we changed those out. Just to add to the boosters, we did do measurements even before we stacked, just in case we got into a situation where we needed to extend the life there, where we actually measured the propellant slump, as it was called, on each segment, so that could benefit an analysis if we got into this situation. So that is certainly paying dividends now. But like I said, batteries we changed out. We did have our sister programs look throughout their limited operating life items and make sure we were capturing everything required as far as changeouts. But batteries and our command receiver decoders also we changed out. So we took a look at all the hardware and made sure we were capturing those things to make sure we didn't run out of life on those.
Okay, our next question is from Eric Berger of Ars Technica.
Hi, thanks very much for doing this. A couple questions. I think one maybe for Jim, maybe both for Jim, I'm not sure, but can you help set expectations for this launch period? How confident should we be or not in Artemis 1 launching, in the current launch period that ends November 26th? And then following that up, if you don't launch this month, would you stay on the pad for the December period if you could get approval from the range and had no reason, like a major leak fix or something like that, to go back to the VAB? So would you try to stay on the pad basically for the December launch period? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. It's part of my answer goes with what I said up front in terms of being confident. I think we have three good attempts lined up right now in the 14th, 16th, and 19th. I think what we've learned in every wet dress, our two launch attempts and the tanking test,
some water,
help build our confidence. The unknowns are. I don't mean that as a cop out, but that's certainly something that can get us. I think when we're in that the final throes of the launch count,
I think you might be right,
and one thing can kick us out. One telemetry parameter can kick us out. We want to make sure that we're prepared for that. That goes into sometimes picking a longer launch window so that we have time to recycle and recover from it if we can, based on what it is. I think. Again, I don't think we would roll out if we didn't feel confident we could get there. We're trying to protect 3 launch attempts at least in this period. I know I've gone back and forth with the team.
Guys, I just want to reiterate, I don't mean to interrupt, and I get it. I just want to reiterate that his question was literally, if you don't think you're going to launch, are you going to roll out? Are you going to actually put it on the launch pad if you think you're not going to launch? And then if you think you're not going to launch, are you going to leave it on the launch pad? That was the question.
Technical data, listen to the rationale, and I think if we were faced with that again and we didn't go in this launch period, we've talked about how a roll takes cycles and out of the tank, out of the vehicle, I should say, and the fatigue side of that. So we looked to do everything we could to protect that. And if we don't get there, I'm sure we'd talk internally about our willingness and readiness to go work with.
That's why I don't like him.
The range.
Thomas, we'll do real space news better than that.
Okay, next up we have Emily Speck with Fox Weather.
Hey, my question is for Mark Berger. I just wanted to check in and see what weather items you're keeping an eye on for rollout, and then looking ahead to the launch window, do you have any concerns with the 2 systems in the tropics right now? Yeah.
Okay, Emily, good afternoon. So as far as rollout,
Mark Berger's cool.
Almost
this
ideal
cool.
for us in terms of the weather constraints here, really not tracking any concerns during the overnight hours, maybe a couple of showers, but that's certainly not any sort of impediment to our roll operation. So for tonight, everything looks good there. Now, as far as looking ahead here over the next week or so, of course, as mentioned, we are monitoring the potential development of at least an area of low pressure somewhere near Puerto Rico or just south of there this weekend that will slowly move to the northwest over the course of early next week. And so there's still a lot of inconsistencies on exactly where that may end up and really whether or not it even does acquire significant tropical characteristics to even become a named storm. That's all very much out in play at this point. In fact, the National Hurricane Center just has it as a 30% chance of becoming a named storm. However, that being said, the models are very consistent on developing some sort of a low pressure, and regardless of whether or not it's named, pretty much what we're targeting is that for middle part of next week, especially as we go Monday night into potentially Tuesday night or early Wednesday, us having the highest impacts from that particular system as it approaches the Florida Peninsula. And so that may look like sustained winds of around 25 knots and potentially some rain squalls that achieve a wind gust of 35 to 40 knots. But again, those are well within our constraints as far as riding out. So again, we'll have impacts from that in terms of the wind. But again, we're not
March 5 stage,
looking at
re-entry.
any likelihood at this point of seeing a strong system emerge out of this. However, we are continuing to watch that for potential impacts into the middle of next week.
Thank you. Next, we have Kenneth Chang with the New York Times.
Hi, this is Kenneth Chang.
Ken, can you hear us?
Ken?
Okay, we will come back to Ken. Let's go ahead to Tim Bernholtz with Court.
Hello, thank you for taking my question. Two questions, actually. One, I was curious if we could get an update on the CubeSats. I know there might have been some battery or life-limiting issues with those. Are those ready to go for launch? And then just a question, we're tracking right now a Chinese rocket stage that is sort of tumbling back to Earth. I know that the SLS core stage gets disposed of, and I wonder if you could just speak briefly about how you ensure that it does so safely. Thanks.
Fire. Lots
Cliff,
of
you
fire.
Want to take the CubeSat one?
I sure do. Thanks, Tim, for the question. Yeah, so the CubeSats, we did recharge them when we got back into the VAB. We did that on October 13th, and that should get us to where they're good for about 5 months. And yeah, so that was about a day-long process of hooking up and then recharging them. But they are charged and ready to go.
I don't give a frick.
Thank you.
And to the second part of your question, Tim, on the disposal of SLS.
Listen.
NASA, with the outer space, starting with the Outer Space Treaty and going through the Artemis Accords and our internal documentation, we have very clear direction to safely dispose of what we put in orbit.
It's not coming back.
SLS has a very well-defined plan for disposal for all the different trajectories that it flies based on when we fly, and that disposal plan, puts the vehicle on a trajectory that after Orion separates, puts it on a trajectory to do a safe disposal, and where it doesn't burn up, it's in an area of the ocean where it won't affect anyone. But that is
the last trajectory that they announced for the October launch window, guys, had SLS core stage main engine cutoff in an orbit that was 1,000 miles by 20 miles. It ain't coming back. Dude, that reentry trajectory could be over a populated area. None of that is making it through reentry. I will tell you this right now. None of that's making it through reentry. You don't fall from 1,000 miles above Earth and come back in one piece. There's only one piece of equipment that can do that. That's, well, two, technically. Orion and the Apollo CSM, and that's it. Nothing else can do that. You ain't coming back. SLS is not... So the guy was asking about the Long March 5 stage. So the Long March 5B stage in low Earth orbit, that's uncontrollably tumbling, and they don't know where it's going to come down, right? That is in a 200-mile orbit. So, okay, all right, I know metric people are going to get mad. 320 kilometer by 320 kilometer. The SLS core stage has a 1,600 kilometer apogee insertion, which, long story short, it's going to go 1,600 kilometers that way. That's a long way up. That's almost a MEO insertion, medium Earth orbit insertion. It's not coming back. You don't come back from that high without a heat shield. And SLS, the core stage, does not have that. So I mean, even if NASA had that, re-entering over a semi-populated area, none of it's touching the ground. It will all get obliterated on re-entry, like obliterated. Now, that Long March 5 stage is only coming back from like 320 by 320. That will make it through re-entry. Parts of that will make it through re-entry, and parts of it will hit the ground. That's the difference. The orbital mechanics are completely different.
Payloads were recharged, if that would be helpful. Okay, our next question is from Ken Kramer with Space Up Close.
Hi, thank you for doing this, and hopefully everything will go well. I'd like to ask about the flight termination system batteries. Right. So you recharged them or replaced them. How can you tell us anything about the status of those batteries when you checked them? I mean, were they still pretty well charged, or did they meet the requirements that you needed for the Space Force, or what was their status?
That's a good question.
Clarify that a little. Thanks.
That would be interesting to know.
Yeah, so Ken, I don't have the data on the batteries we removed in terms of their charge status once they were removed. As far as the batteries we did, the new batteries that went back in, that was all completed, the actual activation of those batteries earlier in October. And then we went ahead and changed them out, like I mentioned earlier, into the core stage flight termination system batteries were replaced. The booster flight termination system batteries were replaced as well. And again, those basically the booster has approximately 120 days of life on the batteries from activation, and the core stage have 90 days. So as far as what's in the vehicle now, we're obviously in very good shape. I don't have the data, again, right here to say what the charge was, after we removed them.
Oh man, that would have been cool to know.
Next up, we have David Denault with About Space Today.
Thank you. I guess I'm still a little puzzled. We have an opportunity to see this in the daylight. And I heard your explanation. However, couldn't we have waited to a daylight launch? I mean, you had a short launch window to begin with. The daylights have extended hours just in case. So kind of help me understand why this rush to put this on the pad. Is it dollars that you have to consider? Is it personnel? Or could we have waited?
It's orbital mechanics, man. The moon has to be in the right place.
I guess, we're...
Dude, they're confused.
Our goals, by the way, the 120-minute windows aren't just unique to daylight. We have those at nighttime as well. We don't see it as a barrier to getting the data that we need. In this launch period, we're limited by the days we can launch based on the FAA requirements that are put on us. And in the end, we're comfortable launching at night, and we feel like we're going to get the imagery that we need to track the vehicle, to understand what might come off the vehicle. We know there's going to be some of that, but we'll get that from the radar and the infrared imaging that we had. So from our perspective, it's okay to launch at night, and that's where our technical...
Guys, the short story is that the moon has to be in the right place. The moon has to be in the right place. You can only... the ideal windows are only once every month, because the moon does one of these once a month. You know what I mean? The moon has to be in the right place. Now, could they... It's not just the moon. Could they launch... I mean, could they just launch at any time and get into an orbit and then wait until Orion and the ICPS align with that orbit, align like with a translunar insertion, right? Yeah, of course you could. But you gotta think about propellant boil off on the ICPS. There's only a finite window before you start really losing performance on that thing, because the hydrogen and the oxygen will just boil off over time because they're baking in the sun all day. The other thing that you have to take into account is that after the TLI burn, right, Orion is going to separate and Orion's going to coast out to the moon. If at certain points the sun is behind, the Earth is in front of the sun, it will eclipse Orion's solar panels. Orion does not have fuel cells on it. It's designed for long duration stays in deep space. Can't use fuel cells for that. They'll run out, right? So the solar panel, you got to make sure Earth doesn't eclipse the solar panels and Orion goes dead. There's a lot of things to consider here. A lot of things. It's not just, oh, I want to see a launch during the day. He said he's most comfortable, NASA's most comfortable launching at night because that gives them the most favorable odds of success. No eclipsing Orion's solar panels, no boil off potential, the quickest amount of times you get the most performance out of the ICPS. And the moon has to be in the right place. That you can miss. Anybody that plays Kerbal knows that you can miss the moon if you don't burn at the right time. You can miss. And that sucks. And then you're not getting the capsule back. It's going the way of the Tesla Roadster. It ain't coming back. I don't know why he didn't say that, but
so Brett, I would say from the standpoint
midnight
of the Kennedy team, you know, when we had to roll back from the hurricane, you know, I will tell you, it was disappointing.
That's right, Karen. There's a lot of things that take into account here, but those are the three biggest ones.
Literally, when we were out on center after the hurricane, got to work, and the best way I would say, you know, the enthusiasm and the.
I got one more thing. He's talking about the discovery. What is if the crew is in good spirits? I could tell you that they are because I know them. Not to flex or anything. The other thing is that people are it's very easy to forget nighttime shuttle launches. The SRBs burn brighter than thermite. Dude, when this thing goes, it will light up the sky. It will look like daytime. Not even kidding. Like daytime, like middle of the day. That's how bright those 5-segment SRBs on SLS and previously the shuttle, that's how bright they burn. You want to see a launch at night, you can see it, dude, it'll light up the sky. I watched STS-116 from my porch in Orlando in 2007. And dude, I could see the sky light up. Like you could see the glow off of the clouds of the space shuttle SRBs from 50 miles away. That's 50 miles is almost 100 kilometers. That's a long way. I mean, Orlando's a good way away from the Cape. You could see the SRBs and you could see the shuttle go off clear as day. That's from 50 miles away. It lights up the sky. I don't think they're going to need to worry about not being able to see the thing. As long as it's not cloudy, it'll light up the entire sky. Hey, Biff, 53-month resub.
We've set up our processes to do. And the criticisms that come our way,
those things burn brighter than thermite.
I'll take 100%.
I've seen them. They are bright.
And explain them. I can't say we're going to agree.
I sit at the pad for a long time,
but I will always answer the critics that we have. And what I ask the teams to do, and I hope they do, is they just focus on getting the hardware done and doing it the right way. So thank you for the criticisms. It gives us a chance to tell our story, tell about the hard things we're doing. As I mentioned, this is a really difficult mission, and there's chance for things to go in anomalous ways. But our job's to figure it out, and our job's to do the right thing with this hardware, and that's what we're going to do every time. And we'll be here to answer your questions and criticisms every time too.
Thanks. Our next question is from Elizabeth Meary with Monarch Granger Student Newspaper.
Hello, can you hear me?
No.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for answering our questions
No,
today.
nothing's delayed, Rocky.
I was wondering, what do you hope to discover through the Artemis program, and what impact do you hope to make on the next generation?
There's that.
Wow. Can I answer one of the other critical questions first? That's a tough question.
Going to the
no,
moon?
it's not. It's great. Thank you for
Yeah,
being part of this, by the way.
The student reporter. All good.
I'd like to learn more about your newspaper.
You know what the thing is, fellas? The student reporter asked a more pertinent question than some of those actual reporters. It is a general question nonetheless, but it is on topic.
What we can
Just
learn
saying.
about terrestrial planet
saying.
formation and evolution.
Just saying.
And we're going to do that by putting robotic missions and humans on the surface of the moon and doing strategic science that has been called out in our decadal surveys. And while we're there, we're going to operate systems in a partial gravity environment that will help us learn how to operate in that environment, which is very similar to Mars. So we're ready to send people onto Mars. And we're also going to operate in orbit of the moon to stage our missions from, to do science from, to look at space weather effects and test some of our systems there before we go on to the moon. And my hope from an impact perspective, and I talked about the science and strategic science that will happen, but honestly, my hope is that folks like you who are in school today at all ages can see themselves in the people that work on our programs, the people that we're going to land on the moon, and are inspired to go take on careers in engineering, math, or science, and take my spot or Cliff's spot one day.
Okay, we have
That's what it's all
another
about,
question
man.
from Bill Harwood with CBS News.
Hi, Bill again.
Yeah, hey, thanks, guys. And Jim, I mean, is there I just wanted to ask this booster question one last time, I promise, but is there a date that you guys just don't want to give us, or is it really open-ended at this point on booster lifetime? I mean, I know you guys always have an end date on stuff. I'm just wondering, what is it for the boosters as of today? Thank you.
It's assessed on need, I'm pretty
Bill,
sure.
I don't have the limited life list here in front of me to tell you, like, when I answered your question earlier, to tell you like how frequently we do that analysis, or what that revisit date might be. So what I'd ask is let me work with John Honeycutt and his team on SLS and get you that revisit date or revisit time period and see what that date might be. Okay.
Hey, Jim, I do have some dates in front of me as far as
Thanks.
The left and right-hand motor segment stacked. It's when we did the original, when you stacked your first segment on the app segment, you start a clock. That was originally 12 months, and it's currently been analyzed up to 23 months. And that expires, one piece expires on the 9th of December of this year, and the other one is the 14th of December of this year. And then there's a booster environmental exposure lolly as well that expires December 15th of this year.
So, okay, guys, understand the context of this question. This does not mean that the boosters on December 9th, December 14th, December 12th will expire and they're no good. It's not fruit, okay? It's not fruit. It doesn't work that way. What they're going to do is at those expiration dates, they're gonna check out the boosters again. They're gonna look at them, and it's assessed on an on-need basis, okay? So the propellant will degrade over time. It will. It absolutely will. Most chemicals do. All right? But as long as it's within nominal standards of like previous boosters, like Jared, you already said it. The space shuttle boosters left sit, like you could keep those sitting. They had motor casings that were sitting for years, packed, ready to go, and then they used them and they worked just fine. I would like to add that the solid rocket boosters on SLS, the space shuttle, are using hydroxyl terminated polybutadiene in ammonium perchlorate with an aluminum flake powder stabilizer. Yes, it burns aluminum for fuel. That's the stabilizer. It keeps the explosion nice and uniform, if you really want to know. That's the same stuff that they put in ICBMs. Seriously, it's the same stuff. That is the same propellants that a Minotaur or a Polaris missile, I don't even know if they use those anymore. They probably don't. That's the same propellants as an ICBM. An ICBM that's designed to sit in Sherwood Forest on a submarine. That's what it's called. The silo tubes. It's called Sherwood Forest. Hilarious. And designed to sit in a silo for 30 years. There was a Minotaur 4 launch that we saw a couple of years ago that had a Minotaur casing that was cast in 1987. And it launched in like 2018, 2019. No problem. So, guys, I want to make sure, I want to be very clear. They're assessed on an on-need basis. You just got to go look. So, literally stick your head up the SRB and be like, all right, that's good. No, not like that. They don't do that. It doesn't work like that. They'll probably take a sample of it. If I had to guess, or something, I want to be very clear that that's how that happens. They don't just expire. It's not a freaking piece of fruit. Okay? So I know that question will get taken out of context, and somebody will be like, oh, well, the boosters are going to expire in December. What happens if you scrub again? That's not how this works. Like, I want to be very clear about that. That's not how this works at all.
And how we'll attempt.
That's right, Rocket Eyes. It's on an on-need basis.
So, like I
Bingo.
said, we did not go into that area. We did not break that interface
there you go,
since
Rev.
that tanking test. And we feel pretty confident that we're...
Yeah, the expiration dates are always very conservative. So they're worried about the propellant sagging. Okay, today I learned. I mean, I guess that makes sense. It is cast, so it will sag. I mean, SRB, solid rocket grain. So grain is what the industry calls it. The grain is like, it's like adhesive almost. It's like silly putty, so it will sag a little bit. But I mean, I don't think that... I'm pretty sure that they're going to be fine. They could leave them there for 20 years and they'll still be okay.
When can we expect that kind of a feedback?
Yeah, I think some of it is the
Probably
answer.
Enrage.
It depends. You know, some of the CubeSats.
Enrage, you got to get an EOD guy to do that. You know what I'm saying?
Just based on their configuration in the vehicle, no matter
those guys
when we roll back.
Those guys
some
got
of them,
stones.
You know, they may need to charge some. Their solar panels may need to gather enough sunlight to charge their batteries before they go, and that's really just going to be dependent on their state of charge when we deploy them. All the CubeSats.
What's that, Kyron?
CubeSats have a communication plan with the space communication and navigation
we do the
program.
Same thing. Why do you think we use?
At
Why do you think the
NASA
space shuttle uses
that,
SRBs?
Defines the support.
Yeah, hard pass on that.
They all
I'm
have
with you, pal.
contingencies, so you know, I don't know.
Give me the
that
DMR.
The specifics. We can go see
Yeah,
if there's
I'm that kind
a
of guy,
specific
Give me the DMR.
anticipated timeline, which I'm sure there is. But I will tell you, it's probably got some variability in it, just the way CubeSats work, let alone ones that need some time to charge. So let us take the action, Rachel, if we could.
Indeed, Grab Shark.
To follow up there.
It's one of my favorite rifles.
We will do that. And I don't believe we have any other questions in the queue, so we will go ahead and wrap up.
Okay. All right. I've heard enough. Long story short, they're good for the rollout. They are monitoring some storms, but rollout still looks good. SLS is targeting a launch of November 14th at midnight. So that's next week, it's 2 weeks technically. So that's Monday night, Sunday night into Monday morning. So midnight, that's midnight Eastern. So that would be 6. It's either 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. GMT because time zones. Explains the grain shape you see in the PDF. I noticed there was a shelf at the top of each segment that would catch in the exhaust flow, but it must be structural to help with potential sag. Yeah, the plugs that are there, Aqualux. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Okay. Yeah, most of those questions were. Most of those questions were okay. They weren't the worst. Like, guys, I'm trying not to bark up the press's tail. Not everybody's gonna be obsessed with spaceflight as we are. Like, it's something that I still struggle with trying to get beat into my stupid head. Like, and that's fine. But also at the same time, you'd think that the people that are tasked with reporting on this would bother doing some, you know, research. It seems very apparent which journalists actually go and read and ask pertinent questions based off on the subject matter, and journalists that are there because their boss told them to get on this Zoom call and ask a question. Because you have to write an article in blah, blah, blah amount of time about something. It's very obvious which one is which. Yeah. Blue, I don't know, man. You can't... Everybody does it differently, and, you know, you can't judge people. You know, like, that's... Can't do that anymore. So, I'm trying not to be too much of a dick about it, but also at the same time, please learn the subject matter before you ask a question. Yeah, Jared... Dude, the high school kid's question at first, I was like, that's really general. That's not even about Artemis 1. And then somebody in chat said it was a student question, and I'm like, okay, for a 17-year-old, that's a really good question. It's general, but it's still pertinent to subject matter. Some of the questions that the journalist asked were not pertinent to subject matter at all. So, what I'm trying to tell you is that the 17-year-old's question was more pertinent subject matter than the actual journalists that get paid for this. But yeah, guys, look. There are people that are gonna try to say things. There are people gonna ask weird questions. That's kind of something you kind of have to deal with it. That's being an adult, right? You know, if we sit here and say, oh, this person's a moron. Oh, this person's an idiot. What do we do? What is that helping? We're wasting our time with these people. You know what I'm saying? So whatever. Don't let it bother you. Just go and be better about getting the facts right. And then maybe you can replace them. Maybe you can take their job. Maybe we should do that. I deal with that by calling them morons. You can't do that, Ando. That's hateful. Can't do that. You can't do that. We can't shun people for being stupid. Remember? Enraged, that's the thing that kind of annoys me the most if I had to like put it on one thing. Dude, spaceflight does not need to be hyped up. It doesn't need to be hyped up. People are interested in it. You don't need to be a hype beast for space. I can sit here and we can cover a launch and I can be half asleep and it's still cool. I could just be like, yeah, here comes the supersonic retropropulsion. Okay, here we go. Heat shield, pushing the plasma out of the way. Or I can be hype into it and the reaction will be net the same. Right? You don't need to hype up space, even though, I mean, I like to at times. But all they got to do is just ask some pertinent questions. And the story of spaceflight is the story about it. You don't need to have a gotcha question. You can just report what they're doing. And the story of how the Artemis program came to be and how after, you know, the cancellation of the shuttle program and the cancellation of Apollo and how, you know, this is the return to form. That's a good enough story in itself. I could write thousands of articles about that. Like, look at Phil Sloss over at NASA Spaceflight. He just reports what's going on. That guy writes 5,000 word essays about SLS. They're great. I love every second of them. You know? Yeah, Uncle X, if you're asking questions that's the other thing. They're not asking questions to learn. They're asking questions to get a story, which pisses me off because the story in itself is good enough. That's kind of what I'm getting at. You know, it is kind of annoying, but like I said, dudes, I ain't letting these people live in my head rent free. Screw that. I'll just focus on trying to learn more. Giving these people time and energy is a waste of time and energy. It's just that, a waste of time. Don't bother. Anyway, let's play Kerbal. Aqualex, the other thing why I've never applied for a press pass or never called into any of these conversations is because, look, during these press conferences, a lot of information gets conveyed. And it comes at you very quickly, right? Here, let me just get that off there. A lot of information gets conveyed, and it comes at you really fast. There's not enough time to disseminate the information, at least for me, to disseminate all the stuff that went on there, and then ask a question. Dense is in the open void of EJ's head, and there are a lot of those, Taradra. I'm not saying I'm perfect either. There's a lot of empty space up there. It's a wind tunnel up in here, man. Is there a draft? You should hold KSP press conferences with the chat asking questions. I basically do for 12 hours every day, Foo Face. It's always an open press conference in here. Always. You can ask me a question about space anytime, anywhere. And I'll at least, like 90% of the time, I will answer it. The other 10% is either A, when I'm too tired, or B, if I'm like flying the spacecraft or racing a car, that's when I won't. And even sometimes I still do. I found super in-depth technical documents about the shuttle's guidance system. Actually, I've been reviewing all the PDFs that you guys have been linking because I've literally downloaded every single one of them. At the end of every one of these streams for the past week, I've been adding to my research folder. The shuttle folder has a good majority, or good bunch of PDFs in there. There's a lot of them. And I'm going to carve through these over the weekend. I want to read this one. This is the one I want to get through the most. I need to read about how this works. By the way, Space News on the shelf, just for now, Sun Temple. It's just for now because I really want to get this shuttle done. I don't want to get this project bogged down for like 6 months because we don't have 6 months. Kerbal is coming in 4. Okay? That's why I burn the midnight oil and kind of ground through some of this stuff. And I'll admit, CTS-5's testing is not nearly as comprehensive as CTS-NG's was, which is why I used a lot of components from CTS-NG to make this shuttle. Like, a lot of the stuff was already figured out from the previous shuttle, the one that was designed to go with the pad. The other thing I want to point out is that with CTS-5, every re-entry attempt, we've made it back to the runway. And don't get me wrong, I probably just jinxed myself there. But if we were running this in mission mode, it would be pretty damn good. But who knows, we probably would have run into some pad gremlins somewhere, you know? But anyway, Kerbal is up and running. And Creeper, I will add those to my list. Read cross above ESL, so helping. Huh? Oh, okay. Hey, Cross, what's going on? Sorry, I missed it. I tried to get my thoughts out and then check chat. All right. I discovered your stream a few days ago, and I like it a lot. I have a question, however. As a Frenchman, I sometimes struggle with your technical terms. Is it possible that you activate subtitles someday in English? Yeah, I don't see why not. Sorry, I missed that, man. Thank you for watching. I do appreciate it. Subtitles? How do we... does Twitch do that? I know YouTube does, but... I mean, Cross... okay, so an easy way to fix this would just be to tell me to slow down. I try to speak slowly and concisely, and I do that because... about... like 40% of you guys are from 40 to 45. It fluctuates between 40, 45, and 50. About 50%, like let's just say on a good day, 50% of you guys are from Europe. So now don't get me wrong. I know that there are parts of continental Europe that speak English. There's those islands and those guys speak English. I understand that. But if you're from like main part of Europe, English is probably your second language. So I speak slowly on purpose. I speak very clear and very concisely. If you want me to slow down or you want me to explain something again, just ask. I got you. I'll explain it again. No problem. They barely speak it. They left Europe. Wow, you guys are real pieces of work. I'm Norwegian. I speak English better than England. Oh, what you up, mate? What's wrong with the way they speak English? Is that wrong, Fat? Is that wrong with the way they talk? Huh? What's it? What's it called? I wasn't involved. He said, what did he say? He says it as it is. He doesn't understand what Reaper's moaning about. Ah, speak English. I wouldn't have it away, but this fracking Julie, my old China. Are you telling pork pies in a bag of trout? Because if you are, Julie, why not have a J. Arthur? What, Billy? No, mate, Sue, right, you. Don't you remember the crimbo din we had with the bloody Scotsman? Oh, the one that was all 60s and 70s, as bad as the lorry, the Gatling gun, it's more to say the tea kettle, and then she sat on a turtle. Good times. Bad about the USA face agreement. No, I try to speak slowly. And if you need me to re-explain something, if we can't find a subtitle solution, I'll do it, because that's what needs to be done. Joe, what is this? Centaur G Prime oh, don't do this. Do you do Italian English? Every day. Question? Did we hear anything about one of the Raptors puking last night? It was a Merlin engine, Flykin, and no, we're probably not going to hear anything about it. Oh. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Centaur G rollout at 10:18.
What are the costs of failure? They could be so far-reaching, it would be impossible to quantify in dollars.
Wait a minute. Is that what I think it is, Joe?
Cents.
No.
The Space Transportation System, as a primary launch vehicle, is reusable, and any damage resulting from interaction with a payload can affect current and future missions. And paramount to all mission objectives is flight crew safety. Performance upper stage to boost a variety of Earth-orbiting satellites and interplanetary spacecraft must be extremely...
I'll take Centaur G Prime testing for 500, Alex.
...efficient, because weight is a precious commodity on any launch vehicle. Solid geometric models can be developed.
It's over here, Joe.
And greater confidence in the success of futures.
Look at that upper stage, man. Hey, Abrasonic. Joe, you know, I'm curious. Over here, they showed a launch.
And liftoff. Liftoff of America's space shuttle on its fourth mission, and we have cleared the tower.
The new Centaur high-energy upper stage for the space shuttle is predicted to play an important role in future space missions, allowing us to put these advanced payloads in geosynchronous orbit and on planetary exploration missions.
Centaur G Prime with a small enough payload could literally shoot something on GTO, turn around, burn back, and then the shuttle could get it. The shuttle could, it could bring back it. The shuttle could re-rendezvous with it. That was a mission plan, if I'm remembering correctly.
But as the benefits of the space program accrue to our society,
payload has to be light enough, though. That's really important.
The cost of failure is rising also. It would be impossible to...
So, this mission right here, that's not an SAS or anything. Joe, what I'm honestly wondering is that the Centaur G dispenser on orbit? Yeah, he's got a velvety smooth voice version. Yeah, Cross, thanks for letting us know, dude. Sure. Yeah, we'll look. Drummer will look into it for me. Thank you. Thanks, Drummer. And thank you for watching. Merci beaucoup. Bienvenue, EJ stream. Je m'appelle EJ. Bonjour. Merci. Très bien. Mercy bucket! What? May I have a hamburger? Hamburger, please? It could be an IUS. Yeah, it could be the IUS deployer. In fact, Joe, I'm willing to bet that it's probably... Yeah, it's probably the IUS. Yeah, solid rocket upper stage that they put inside of the shuttle. This is what made it so the shuttle could move stuff to GTO. They carried a solid rocket booster stage inside of the shuttle's payload bay. I feel so cultured. Hey, just got here. What's the plan, Stan? We're gonna get the stack dialed in today. But we listened to the Artemis press conference, and the press continues to not understand the subject matter, King. But it's okay. Yeah, see, I'm wondering if this mission here, if that's the dispenser for Centaur G. You know what? Now I want to check real quick. We'll just give ourselves a little history lesson here. Both versions were cradled in the reusable Centaur Integrated Support System. That's it. It's the CISS. I think... you know what, Joe? Two things. It might be the same thing. The IUS dispenser and then the CISS might be the same thing. Because they do the same thing. They tilt the stage up and then dispense it. But I'm interested now. They also talk about testing in the video too. Cool. An aluminum structure that handled communications between the space shuttle and the Centaur. All Centaur rockets periodically vented hydrogen, which needs to be stored at -253 C, 423 F to keep it from boiling. 2 shuttle Centaur missions were scheduled with 1-hour launch windows 6 days apart. So 2 separate spacecraft and launch pads were required. 2 space shuttles, Challenger and Atlantis, were modified to carry the CISS. The space shuttle main engines would have been run at 109% of the original design thrust. The payloads needed to be deployed on the first day in orbit, so the missions would be flown by 4-person crews composed of astronauts who already had flown in space and were known not to suffer from space adaptation syndrome. The first Centaur G Prime was rolled out from General Dynamics in Kearny Mesa, San Diego on August 13th, 1985. Just months before it was scheduled to fly, the Challenger disaster occurred and the project got canceled. Galileo and Ulysses were launched on the IUS, needing multiple gravity assists from Venus and Earth to reach Jupiter. The USAF made it a variant of the Centaur G Prime upper stage with its Titan rocket to produce Titan IV, which made its first flight in 1990. Wait a minute, really? Wait a minute, I didn't know that. Titan IV has Centaur G Prime in it? Why did I not know this? I should have known that. I'm kind of embarrassed because I definitely should have known that. I always thought Titan IV had a Centaur 3 in it, like Atlas 2 and Atlas 3 and Atlas 5. I always thought that's what was going on there, but it's a Centaur G? No. No way. Oh, that's not good. Really? I didn't know that. I seriously did not know that. Over the next 18 years, Titan IV and Centaur G Prime placed 18 military satellites on orbit. Dudes, I'm kind of embarrassed. I did not know that. That's really cool. I'm glad they got some use out of the damn thing. SRBX was going to use Centaur G Prime. Dude, that's a big upper stage. That is a big upper stage. Joe, that video puts it into perspective at the very end here. Look at how big that stage is. Centaur G Prime is not small by any means. That is a big upper stage. It's not the biggest, and S4B is like up here somewhere. Saturn V third stage is way bigger than that. But also, look at it compared to the truck. That's not exactly a small piece of equipment. Is there any difference between Centaur that's flying on Atlas and Centaur G that was supposed to fly on the shuttle? Yeah, T-Man, there's a very big, there's very big differences. So Atlas 5 flies with a Centaur 3. That's Centaur 3 right there. There's Centaur 1, there's Centaur 2, and Centaur 3, but that's not in succession like that. There are a lot of different variants of Centaur upper stages. So first of all, there's DEC. So that's a Centaur 3 DEC right there. So Centaur 3 dual engine Centaur. So two RL10s. Atlas 5 N22 with Starliner launches with something like that. That is a small Centaur 3 though. Between Atlas 3 and Atlas 5, they took Centaur 3 and they stretched it. So the ones that you see flying on Atlas 5 today, that's an Atlas 3 upper stage. So that's an Atlas 3, Centaur 3, dual engine Centaur. The ones that fly on Atlas in the N22 with Starliner are a Centaur 3, Atlas 5 dual engine Centaur. They're different. There's like thousands of different Centaur upper stages. There's all different variants. That right there is a Centaur 1. Centaur 1 was designed to go with Atlas 2. Not Atlas 2, it's Atlas Centaur. So Convair came up with the idea of using balloon tanks for their ICBM, for SM-65 Atlas missiles. You can see them over there, to make them light. And then an ex-German engineer, yes, named Kraft Erich, actually came up with the idea of using hydrogen in a balloon tank made out of stainless steel and proposed that idea for an upper stage with RL-10 engines. The RL-10 engines were actually not designed to be an upper stage engine. A lot of people don't know that. RL-10s, which are primarily their use has been all upper stage engines. They weren't designed for an upper stage. RL-10s, and that's why they have such a weird nozzle. Like, they don't have a huge freaking nozzle on them because they weren't designed that way. What RL-10s were designed to do is land stuff on the moon. That's what they were designed for. Believe it or not, that's why they came up with the expander cycle. But it turns out that expander cycle gives you very, very precise insertion because you can deep throttle them like a lander engine. So you can get very, very, very precise with these things. So Kraft Erich came up with the idea of using a balloon tank, hydrogen stainless steel with an RL-10 and made seriously one of the best upper stages ever designed. We still use Centaurs to this day. The latest variant is Centaur 5. Centaur 5 is going on Vulcan, and it's bigger than a Centaur G. Here. There's that really nice upper stage comparison picture. Here we go. This is a good one. This shows a lot of different Centaurs here. This is coming off of Historic Spacecraft here. .com. So check this out. So there's Centaur 1, Centaur 2, Centaur 3, but then they started using letter designations. So there's Centaur A, B, C, D, E, F, G, etc., etc. Centaur G prime is right here. So Centaur D is a variant of the original Centaur stage. So that would be on Atlas Centaur. There's Centaur G here, and then G prime. G is a smaller version of it. So this Centaur, the G variant of Centaur is the one that was designed for the space shuttle. You could see that they took the hydrogen tank and they kind of crumpled it a little bit. They took a Centaur D, right, and crumpled and pushed it in and made it as wide as the shuttle's payload bay. But they kept the oxygen tank, right? They kept the oxygen tank and the engine section the same size as a regular Centaur, so you could fit the dispenser. The dispenser inside of the shuttle's payload bay. So Centaur G is kind of a crumpled Centaur stage, but it ends up being bigger. This has more performance than a Centaur D. That's why the Air Force ended up using the thing. Like I said, Centaur G is not a small upper stage. It's pretty big, but look at it compared to the Saturn V's third stage. The S4B is insane. That is insane performance right there. That's what was needed to go to the moon. That's what they needed here. Keep in mind that Falcon 9 second stage nowadays is pretty much as big as the Centaur 5 over here. Centaur 5 and so Centaur 3 to Centaur 5. I actually said that wrong. Atlas 5 flies with Centaur 5. But Centaur 5 will also be used on Vulcan in a 5-meter variant. I think that's right. That sounds right. Either that or this is wrong. I'm pretty sure the Atlas is flying with a version of Centaur 3. Atlas 5 flies with a version of Centaur 3. 36 ton last night. It was high five. Old school, man. Oh, yeah. Yeah, take a look at, that's a good picture. So if you look down here, right, that's SLS Block 1's upper stage. So that's a Delta Cryogenic second stage, which ends up ironically kind of looking a lot like Centaur G Prime, and it's about the same size. Yeah, Blue, that's not Atlas 5. That thing is not right, I don't think. Atlas 5 flies with Centaur 3 per Tori Bruno. There's no Centaur 4 because it was, I believe Centaur 4 was scrapped or something. They didn't like it, so they just did Centaur 5 or something. I forget the reason. Tori Bruno's talked about it. But that right there is about the size of Centaur G. That's SLS's upper stage that's flying on Artemis 1. That is the ICPS. That's the stage that Artemis 1 should have. We're talking about big upper stages here, just on a quick side note. That's the exploration upper stage. This is actually a really good picture that conveys that point really, really well. The EUS is big. It's bigger than a Saturn, bigger than an S4B in terms of diameter. It's way bigger. But yeah, here's all the different variants of Centaur right here, and how they kind of compared. Hairbit, hello, just wanted to say that I'm new to your streams, but I like them instantly and love your expression. It's really nice that you care about us understanding about what you say and sharing knowledge. You re-triggered my lost interest for space stuff, so thank you. I feel too dumb for technical speak, but I like it anyway and try to keep on. Baby steps. Do you work for NASA or some other oriented space agency, or just interested and engaged in the subject? Hey, Hair. Yeah, no, I don't work for NASA. No, they know who I am, and they know what I do, and they approve of what I do, so I must be doing something right. NASA slid into my Twitch chat one time, and they were like, keep doing what you're doing. I'm like, and I'm not talking like somebody that works at NASA. I'm talking about the NASA Twitch account was like, hey, you're awesome. I'm like, you know? So, yeah, no, I've never worked in the industry. I'm self-taught when it comes to all this. I just like space. I just like it, and just by chance, I'm good at explaining it. Yeah, I'm not an engineer. If you really want to know, I'm a 3D artist by trade. That's what I went to school for, computer animation. So, like, I can make models for video games or work a CAD system or something. But yeah, I never did good at math. I never was good at math in school. That's namely because I was home playing Counter-Strike the whole time. But during high school, but that's another story. Yeah, I'm self-taught when it comes to it, and yeah, just good at communicating it, man. I've been doing this for a decade. Yeah, December 23rd, 2012 is when I started taking streaming seriously. That's like when I started streaming on a regular schedule. Hey, you got gifted a sub. Right on. In terms of okay, side note. In terms of not understanding, don't worry about it. There's some stuff you're not going to get. Dude, there's some stuff that I don't understand. So here's the thing about rocket science. Here, we're on Twitch, so I'm going to assume, and you know, I get it, assuming in this day and age, that's fine. But I'm gonna go ahead and assume you play video games in some way, shape, or form if you're on Twitch. I mean, maybe that's not the case anymore. That's fine. But you know, like when you're into a really, really good video game, you're like, it's like, okay, if you've ever played Minecraft, you know what I'm talking about. You're super into it, and you play it in a binge, and you don't stop playing. And then when you kind of learned everything, you're kind of like, all right, I don't need to play this anymore. When you kind of reached a like theoretical maximum, like, okay, so when you defeat the Ender Dragon in Minecraft, we'll use that as an example. Well, hey, that's cool. What's going on, man? Just returned from Astana, took some interesting pictures. Do you like it? I'll check them in a second. Yeah. So, space works like that. But the thing about space is that there's always something to learn. I've been doing this for a decade. I try to learn something new about space every single freaking day. I'm still learning new things. Like I didn't know that Centaur G Prime was used on Titan 4. I did not know that until about 30 minutes ago. Didn't know that. That's something new to learn. Striconic, 11-month resub. So, like, dude, don't worry about not understanding the technical talk. You stick around, you stay in space, stay learning space stuff for a while, it'll just click. You'll get it. It's a tough game to play. It's a tough game to learn. So, like, you know, I was talking about games and how you reach, like, a theoretical maximum, right? When you're playing a game or something, you play it, and then, like, okay, I'll use the war games example. Tic-tac-toe. You play it, but you don't play it anymore. Why don't you play it anymore? Because anybody that's using their brain when they play tic-tac-toe, it's always going to end in a tie. The only way you're going to win is if the other person makes a mistake. But most of the time it ends in a tie. It's not really fun to play anymore, right? You're never going to hit that theoretical maximum where it doesn't become fun anymore if you just keep learning about space. There is no one single person that knows everything about spaceflight. So it is such a complicated medium that just keep learning it, dude. The technical terms might not come to you, but they will over time. And I'm warning you, this is a big rabbit hole. It's a big rabbit hole. And it doesn't go away. The addiction just gets worse over time. Like, I don't know, man. I love it. It's so strange, dude. Like, I like coming in here and talking about spaceflight just as much as I did 10 years ago, if not more nowadays. Like, it's one of those things you think, like, with me, I thought I was going to burn out on it like everything else. Like, it was just going to be like, all right. Whatever, it's no problem. Like, you know, just I'll be into it for a little while and then I'll move on to the next thing, right? Nope, never moved on. That never happened. Is that a War Games reference? Yeah, you don't play tic-tac-toe anymore. Why not? Oh, it's no fun. There's no way to win. Yeah, exactly. Is there a flight schedule for the new stack? When is liftoff? I will do some test flights today, Viscous. Yep. Found it for you. I went for astronomy studies once, and I was only there for 2 weeks. I felt overwhelmed with the math and physics because it was a few years break after school. Yeah, that graphic is wrong, Blue. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I thought. I looked at it for a second. I'm like, huh. Nice, Geeson. Nice. So, yeah, dude, just stick with it. Don't worry about the technical stuff. Like, okay, this is going to sound dumb, but with me, I never did good in math. I told you that. I never was good at math, like, at least on paper. I think I'm okay at it now. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be able to do differential equations here for you guys. Like, I'm not going to be able to do that. Like, and I'm especially not going to be able to do it on stream, even if I did know how to do it. But, like, I don't think that I can't figure that out. You know what I mean? The way I learn with spaceflight is learning it on an on-need basis, which is why I'm not an aerospace engineer. Yeah. Like, if I want to learn about Centaur G, I'll go digging through PDFs and I'll go figure out how Centaur G works. And then if there's math that's required to understand how it works, I don't look at it like, oh, I need to learn this math. Like, I need to learn this math and then this will all make sense. No. The math is just there to help translate what the vehicle is doing. It's just quantitative. It's just basically telling you with numbers what this thing does. That's all. Like, it's a shift. And this is why spaceflight, like, I don't mind, like, with how I learning it on an on-need basis, the math just becomes another step. It doesn't become this big freaking hurdle. You know what I mean? So, yeah. I mean, don't worry. Don't sweat the technical stuff, man. You'll get it. If you like it and you're really into space, it'll just come naturally over time, you know? The math is just the means. The end goal is that you want to learn more about space, right? If that's the end goal, the math becomes a much smaller part of the equation. You know? But yeah, just stick with it, dude. Yeah, and when you, like, you know, you go into that astronomy class, you're focused on the math. Your brain's building it up as this big hurdle. Don't. It's not a big hurdle. It's just another step, you know? I'm here for the speed and power. But yeah, man. Dude, it's just a mental thing. Seriously. Like, it's just a mental thing. If you're not thinking about the math and you're thinking about the space aspect of it, the math will just kind of come to you. It's very weird, dude. I hate that my brain works like that. Like, that's really, really, it's a really inefficient way to do things. But it's me. Look at me. Freaking thick as a brick over here. But yeah, dude, do that. Don't just think about it as the means, dude. It's hard to do, but if it clicks, you'll just be like, oh, all right. But yeah, stick with it, man. It's good stuff. Space is awesome. It's so freaking cool. You know what the messed up part is? Just on a quick subject change. I'm loading up Kerbal right now, dudes. Learning about real spaceflight ruined all sci-fi for me. Like, all of it. I can't look at sci-fi. I can't look at Star Wars or Star Trek or Stargate or, you know, Battlestar Galactica. I can't look at them the same. And it kind of sucks. It kind of sucks, but oh well. It ruined it. It ruined, like, I was watching Andor last night, and there's a part where a ship is going towards the planet, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, you know how much thrust that ship needs to be able to just not get stuck in the grav well like that? And then I went, oh, damn it, you're doing it again. Stop, just enjoy it. Oh! Did you get your new tack working? No, Geeson, I haven't done that yet. We'll do that project next week. Star Wars is an actual sci-fi. Keep that in mind. Sure. Star Wars is science fantasy. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I'll just, you know, not... My brain just... Oh, well, now my brain can just shut off when I watch it because, oh, it's fantasy now. No, guys, that's... This is the point I'm trying to make, and this is you. The gist of it is that I was not... It's anything with space. Anything with space. You know, you could say, oh, well, technically it's fantasy. Technically it's space opera. Okay, so it doesn't have ships flying through space. Oh wait, it does. It does, doesn't it? Oh, funny how that, well, yeah, no. My brain doesn't understand the difference. You know what I'm saying? I see a ship flying through space. I'm like, yeah, that really doesn't work like that. It doesn't matter what it is. That's the point that I'm trying to make. But, you know, just guess I need to be more articulate. Let's not talk about how much thrust the Millennium Falcon needs to make the Kessel run in 12 parsecs. Well, didn't they put the coaxium? They put the coaxium in the fuel tank. Remember to check the pictures. It is literally liquid Schwartz, isn't it? Check the pictures. All right, what do you got for me, pal? Wait. Spaceballs did do that. Wait. Shinar, where are we here? Not really, Erper. There's nothing that Top Gun does except for the beginning. I don't want to spoil it because the movie's still kind of new. The beginning is kind of... no. Astana. What is... You... Is that Baikonur? I know Astana is the capital of Kazakhstan, but... Ooh. Oh. Huh. Huh. It's an exhibit near the Kazakhstan National Space Center. Ah, okay. Okay. Hey, Forge, I'm doing all right. Okay. 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 All right. Okay. Yeah. It's only a model. Biapa! No, that's just a mock-up, King. Although one of the last things that I kind of covered when we were talking about, when we still covered kind of what was going on with the Russian space program. No, don't get me wrong, we still kind of do, but it's not nearly at the depth that we did before. Some guy in Russia bought one of the Burans that was sitting at Angles, I think. Angles Air Force Base. I think that's where it was. It's an Air Force base that's just outside of Moscow. That had one of the mock-ups. Well, not one of the mock-ups. It's a real orbiter. It's been sitting outside for years, but last time I checked, some dude bought that for his museum and is restoring one of the flight orbiters. But that was 8 months ago at this point. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about it since. No, it's a different one, King. Different orbiter. That's not Borya. Borya is the one that's in Kazakhstan. This one was in Russia. It was an uncompleted orbiter that was being built at I think they built the Burans at Monino, if I'm remembering right. And I'm probably not saying that name right either. By the way, is KSP complicated? It looks like it is. Hair, the way I play it is complicated, but no, it's not too bad. Dude, you have a bunch of rocket engines and fuel tanks and capsules and heat shields. Go in and have some fun. Go in and have some fun. Learn by doing it. With KSP, at least. That's the right way to play. 2.01 is being cleaned up and being put in a museum. Yeah, some guy bought it for his museum, which is actually pretty rad. Not sure about restoring, but that's true. One of the Burans is privately owned. I remember, yeah, Darren Musa. Shinar. Yeah, I remember that whole fiasco. It's very interesting that, an entire shuttle orbiter and 8 Zenit boosters just somehow got into private hands after 1991. Curious. Yeah, that's a little bit sus. Buran meets Blizzard. Yep. Yeah, Bossy, that's a Gee, I wonder how that happened. You got another one, Shinar? Hold on. Yeah. Zenit. Nice. I like this part down here. See that part? That part's pretty cool. This one right there. Any plans to check out the patch tutorials? I hadn't really planned on it, no. I am the tutorial. It's just a shame they don't make shuttles anymore. Yep. Last link for the current status of 201. Direct link to the video. Yeah, King, this is a different orbiter. This is 201. The one that's in Kazakhstan that all the urban explorers go to, that's 101. Or 102, excuse me. 101 is destroyed. What's that doing there? Homeboy just got a CJ2A flat fender over there. Actually, that's... no, CJ2A. That's a CJ5. Cool. Oh. Well, Vasya, hold on. That... Oh, no, it's a flat fender. That's a two-way. Yeah, that could have been Lend-Leased. If that... Dude, if that's the case, if that thing is Lend-Leased, that thing is like 70 years old, man. It's a nice Jeep. Those are really... That's a really good Jeep. And that thing ain't bad either. Wasn't it named Kitchka? Yeah, that's the name that Wikipedia says shortline, but everybody over there calls it Burya. Burya. Burya? Burya is the same orbiter. That's the same thing. Oh, yeah, look at that. That hurts seeing that thing like that, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. That really is. That's hard. That's hard to look at. Is this after they moved it? This looks like it's still at angles because of all the what are those? Sukhois back there? Or is this at the dude's museum? Ooh, there's a Misashishev back there. This is after they moved it. Oh, that's good that they reassembled it, dude. That's pretty sweet. I mean, it's not like there's a shortage of parts. The Russians are going to make a lot of shuttles, dude. Or the Soviets wanted to make a lot of these things. They had... In 93, when the program folded, they had one orbiter already that went to space. The second one at Kazakhstan ready to fly. The difference between the first one and the second one is that Burya, the one that all the Urbex explorers go to, has life support systems in it. So that's the one that would have flown crew for the first time because Buran could fly remote control. And I will say, for the time, a remote control orbiter is actually pretty cool. The space shuttle could do that. They could do it. They could remote pilot one of the shuttles, but that was a retrofit. You'd have to go rewiring things. Yeah, you'd have to rewire the orbiters to do it. So that's why they never really went and did the thing, because they didn't expect anybody to fly it on with no people on board. Why would it ever fly with crew if they can fly it automatically? Because reusing a spacecraft is, if you're trying to fly a lot, is preferable. It's at the Von Film Medin Cinema Complex, which has a lot of war-related stuff. All right, quick thing before we start. Where is that, Thomas? Now, I know this is probably a long shot, but could the Russian shuttle and the space shuttle dock together, since they were using the Russian docking port?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, sure. I mean, T-Man, yeah. Keep in mind that the American space shuttle flew with APAS, flew with a Russian docking system because Buran didn't fly. So, provided that we had a shuttle that had APAS on it, right? And there was some kind of adapter, like you'd need to extend it, so because two orbiters can't just dock to each other like this, they'd have to dock something like this or dock nose to nose. You'd need some kind of extension between the two vehicles. Something like that did happen. We actually did something very similar to that during STS-88. That's the closest we got to what you're talking about, and it's that right there. So when I say you'd need an extension, so STS-88 went up there, found the Zarya module, which is the core module of the ISS, right? And the robotic arm picked the Unity module right there with PMA2 and PMA1. It picked that up out of the payload bay, attached it to its APAS port right here, and then flew over to Zarya with this thing on the docking port. It flew over with that attached to the docking port, and they grappled Zarya with the space shuttle remote manipulator and docked that to PMA-1. Now, Zarya at the front has APAS. So that docking port right there is the same as that docking port right there. That's the closest we got to what you were talking about. So if this was a Buran, yeah, provided you had an extension module in between, sure, why not? But the important thing to understand is that the reason why the shuttle flies with APAS, the American Space Shuttle flew its entire career with a Russian docking port attached to it. Because the first space stations that the shuttle was docked to was Mir. And then when Mir went out the door, or burned up, when Mir went out the door and they made the ISS, instead, why change what works? That doesn't make any sense. You're still working with the Russians, so it pays to use their docking port because you know that that works in space already. Because you used it, they used Mir as a test ground for the ISS, which is actually pretty smart. Buran's docking port could extend. Interesting. So yeah, that's the closest we ever got to it, T-Man, right there. So PMA1, Unity, and PMA2 are still up there. And guys, I want to be very clear. This picture, that picture's from 1998. That module, that module, that module, and that module are still up there. We watched a Dragon a month ago dock to PMA2. 1998. That the ISS is the core modules of the ISS have been up there longer than some viewers have been alive. So what did you think of the new KSP launcher? Don't know, didn't use it. I'm glad no space rust. Von Film Medin Cinema. Von Film. Oh. Alright, it didn't go far. It's over here somewhere. Kirov. There we go. It's right here. King, you damn youngin'. I got 11 years on you, boy. Actually, more than... Yeah, no, yeah, that's right. Alright. What's, yeah, okay. Yep, Sukhois. Couple of MiG-25s. MiG-29, that's cool. Yo. Thomas. Huh. We'll be wondering how the preservation of the Buran works with Rule 8 effects and possible economic issues. I mean, Joe, with restoring 201, I don't think that's going to be too big of a problem. It's not like the supply chains for that vehicle and spare parts are dependent on other nations. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think restoring Buran is really going to be that much of a deal. That's more of an internal thing, don't you think? Except for the one in Kazakhstan. That, I don't know how they're going to fix that problem. I don't think that's of concern right now. But correct me if I'm wrong. All I'm going to say is I'd rather the 11 extra years you had to the ones I'm going to have near the 2060s. Yeah. Yeah, the 90s were fun, King. It was a good time. Really, really fun. Yeah, it was as fun as... Dude, it was great. I mean, don't get me wrong. I was still just a kid, but... It seemed a lot easier. But that's life in general. Life gets more complicated as you get older. You level up. The game gets harder. It happens. Plus, they aren't restoring it to flight condition. Yeah. But you know what the thing is, Vasya? If that guy that bought 201 knows enough people, that he could probably get the parts. The parts for Buran are still lying around. They're still there. They're in Menino. They're sitting in the factory. They're still there. As far as I can tell, they're still in the factory. So I guess that comes down to who you know. You know what I'm saying? I was too poor to have a 2000s level childhood, so I had a 90s childhood in the 2000s. The 90s died in 2001, man. Yeah. The 90s ended. The 90s ended in September of 2001. I'm sure you know the reason, but we're not having this conversation in here. Yeah. So what's the shuttle game plan today? I don't know. Let's get the tunage up and we'll get going. Last, please. What's up, Zay? Hey, Alex, what's going on? The new game launcher comes up every time you launch the game. Doesn't. I launched Kerbal, it didn't fire up for me. Zay, I'm looking for your last. I've now made a multi-SDV MLP. Why? Why would you make this? It's with the new update. I click on the shortcut on my desktop and it not this piece of junk. That thing never would have flown. Ugh. 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 I don't think you should be too proud of that. Alright, guys. Let's go. Get the tunage on. RG, what's going on, man? Alright, so, what were we thinking about doing? We needed to mess with the boosters today. That's the real one. Yeah. We got the decals on the shuttle, which is good. I mean, technically that should be the meatball over there. And then the orbiter's name should be right here. Yeah, guys, all I do is hit the shortcut. I have a shortcut on my desktop and it doesn't launch the launcher. I know because I just did it. So we reverted back to the panel wing design back here because, yeah, the other one, when I shored up the bottom of the design, it didn't really do what I wanted it to do. The flags do make a fair bit of drag, and yeah, it's not really ideal. So we're just gonna roll with the orbiter like this. Thanks, Daza. How excited are you for KSP2's procedural wings? I mean, hypersonic, I'm excited, but you know I'm just going to use the procedural wings to do stuff like this, right? Like, you guys see that coming. I'm not just going to make a wing and just be like, yeah, I'm going to combine procedural wings to make any geometric shape that I want and make any shape. Any wing, any shape, whatever. Sure, but it's going to be less parts total. Yeah. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, you're not wrong. Hey, we're looking forward to using procedural wings for other purposes than its intended one. Okay. Alright, so... the strut's still there. Okay. Is this the... Did I do the updates? I don't know. I was asleep last night. Yeah, okay. So, perfect. So that can be set to an open tank. The fuel cells... The fuel cells are still locked, but that's okay. Yeah, that's all right. All right, I said today we're going to dial in the RCS and the OMS on the orbiter. And then once we do that, then we should be good to make a finalized version of the SRBs. And then from there, it's dialing in the thrust curve. The finalized version of the SRBs is going to have some hybrid tech built into the design because we're not building a launch pad for this vehicle, but we could. We could do it if we wanted to. I'm going to build in all the necessary equipment to make this thing reintegratable. And not necessarily reintegratable. The orbiter is going to be the only thing that's reintegratable because we have to recover the SRBs because we have to repack them, right? Like, technically, you'd have to repack the things, which you can't do outside of the SPH. So, I'm just going to make it so it can be restacked, and that's about it. Yeah, use a desktop shortcut, guys. I didn't get any launcher today, dudes. All right. So we got to dial the RCS in. I mean, the RCS ain't too bad. I mean, I never did that in the first place, Loopy, so I'm not really affected by it at all. Just make a desktop shortcut and it bypasses the launcher. Alright, I gotta put the shuttle thinking cap on here. I do want to make this so it's not sticking out of this as much. Yeah, like that. That's fine. You know what? It's like, we could really dial in this stuff if we really wanted to, but like, we don't necessarily have to. The RCS is working just fine. It does impart pitch moment. I mean, technically, the reaction control thrusters also need to be pointing through the center of mass. But I think these ones might already be doing that. I mean, the center of mass is like right here on the orbiter. So that's actually super freaking close. We could change it for on-orbit operations, but you know what? Dialing the RCS in is going to be something that we're going to need to take. That's going to take some time. And we could probably do that via the missions over time. And honestly, the Terrier engines, I really haven't had any problems with. I haven't had any problems with them imparting pitching moment. I don't think they're pointed exactly through the center of mass, but the gimbal does compensate. I say we dial those in over time. Let's focus on the boosters. You could use RCS build aid. I don't need RCS build aid. I know about it, Alex, but yeah, I can see it with center of mass, center of thrust. It's superfluous because I can figure it out doing this. You know, if we couldn't figure out using center of thrust, center of mass, then I would do it. But I don't need that, dude. I'm trying to avoid installing superfluous mods. I only really want to put stuff and edit the game for stuff that you wouldn't be able to really do in vanilla, like the gimbal on the SRBs. That's something that we need to... That's something that you really can't avoid. There's no way to replicate it, except liquid fuel boosters, and we don't want to do that. So... Alright, so let's see. Let's put our booster thinking cap on now. If we're going to mess with the boosters today, these were just mock-ups. So we need to make it so the boosters have a pin and slot, just like the real external tank attachment point. Okay, that shouldn't be too big of a deal to make. Give me a moment. I'm just thinking about how this all goes together. Yes, it's all coming together.
Discovery.
Bob Rico, 26 months. Thanks, buddy. Oh, the other thing is that last night, guys, the shuttle, I had it move 36 tons. I had an orange tank in the payload bay, and it put it into space. It barely put it into space, but it did it. And the crazy part about that is, I'm not going to move 36 tons of payload in here, but moving 36 tons of payload in here pretty much confirmed that doing something like... Come on now. Yeah, it just downloaded the damn picture. Alright. Doing something like this is doable. The aft cargo carrier, we can do that. Yeah. I mean... Don't get me wrong, just because you put 36 tons up here doesn't mean that it'll fly right with the aft cargo carrier, but it should. It should be able to fly correctly. We have the Delta V to be able to put stuff down here and in the payload bay, and it can take it into orbit. So we're good, that's good. It's better to be a little bit over than not have enough Delta V to move that. Hello? Why is this so big? Why is the fire so big? Yeah, alright, cool. Wouldn't that really mess up the center of mass? No, not really. Remember, linear center of mass drain, King. Shuttle engines can gimbal in both directions. It doesn't really matter if extra dry mass is here or extra dry mass is here. Believe it or not, that's equidistant on both sides of the engines. So you could put payload here and you could put payload here. And the gimbals, instead of, if the payload was here, they'd have more pitch up. If the payload's down at the bottom, it'd have more pitch down. But the gimbals should be able to compensate for it, which is actually pretty cool. We're going to build stations with it, yeah, of course. Which is why I need we also got to get the robotic arm, and I got to finish the payload attachment system in here, but... Yeah, the aft cargo carrier was proposed for the shuttle program. It could do it. And it would have been really nice. Because then that King, like... The other thing is that the shuttle could take the external tank into space. It could do it. Check it out. The shuttle could take that whole thing into space. It honestly just shut the engines off before they made it into orbit, but the external tank gets 99% of the way there. They jettison the tank because they don't want the shuttle going into space with it, right? That makes sense. And leaving space junk. But there were ideas proposed before Challenger. There were ideas proposed before Challenger of taking your external tanks and making them into space stations, making them into wet workshops. That one's a little bit different. What this idea here is to take shuttle airframes that are old and use them as space stations. I hate that idea. I hate it a lot, actually. Yeah, I hate that. The ET space station would be over here. It's actually really, really smart. So that aft cargo carrier could carry an airlock, and that airlock could get you into the hydrogen tank, and you could carry an environmental control system back here. You could carry ECLIS right here and solar panels. And what they wanted to do, one of the proposals was taking the external tank and putting solar panels on the aft cargo carrier, and then building a space dock. They removed the wings before launch. Yep. And then you have a docking port for the shuttle on the end there, and the shuttle just goes up and docks to it, and then you have an external tank space station. They also talked about stringing them together to make space stations as well. Like that. This was all stuff that was on the table. Never like fully realized, but stuff that was on the table for the shuttle program before Challenger happened. Oh, there was also the hammerhead fairing design that the Air Force wanted, which is... I mean, King, we could do that. Sure. I could saddle the external tanks for a bigger transfer vehicle. Yeah, we could do that. Sure. Yeah, the hammerhead fairing. Yeah. Literally making the LOX tank cylindric like an SLS core stage, and then putting a fairing on top, putting a trisector fairing on top to launch big satellites into space with the space shuttle. Yeah, they proposed, that was a proposal from the Air Force. The Air Force wanted to do that. Yeah. The shuttle was gonna get nutty, dudes. It was gonna get nutty. There is a timeline where Challenger doesn't happen, and we actually end up doing stuff like that. But it's okay. Should try to make that at some point. I'm doing the aft cargo carrier. Kopi. So I'll put the payload fairing back here, and we'll make the airlock an external tank space station. I want to do that. I'm not going to do the hammerhead fairing. The reason why I'm not doing the hammerhead fairing is that once we get this design finalized, and this could happen today, once we get this design finalized, I'm not opting for the hammerhead fairing. I'm doing this. Make sense? Yeah, I'm greedy, and in this new mission mode save, I have unlimited control and unlimited budget. I'm giving myself Ares 5, Ares 1, and the space shuttle, and I'm taking the MLV from the Mission Mode 2 save, the last vehicle that I engineered in Mission Mode 2. I'm taking MLV, Ares 1, Ares 5, and the shuttle. Because I can. And we're also going to design an Orion as well. Yeah. No, there's going to be Orion. So we can go deep space. Yeah. That's why I'm making Ares 1 and Ares 5, because I might not need the shuttle. Yeah, that's my integrated launch vehicle architecture. Make these? Oh. Video's so good, man. We would be, you know what, Core? If Constellation had kept going even with its delays, we'd be doing this right about now.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Yeah, but I think direct is stupid. I'm not a big fan of direct. I mean, we could do it. It would be better, but also that means I can't have Ares 1, and I don't want to do that. But direct would be more shuttle derived, I agree. No delays, Ren, scheduled for the 14th. But Direct would have used the same tooling as the shuttle. I know. Nerva engines. I mean, SLS is almost this close. Not the same vehicle by any means, but... Oh, we'll do stuff like this, don't worry. There's a reason why I need the bigger payload fairing with the shuttle. Shuttle C, Hammerhead? Yeah, maybe. Got an interview scheduled for a sit-down with a power plant. Cool, Worst. That's awesome. Halo, thank you for the 16-month resub. I do appreciate it. Yeah. Alright. That's cool. And if I watch that, I'll be waxing intellectual about Constellation for the next 5 hours, so let's not do that. Alright. Let's think about this. Are you going to build an Ares 1? I'll probably retool Jebstone a little bit to use similar boosters. But then again, these are basically Jebstone 4 boosters as well. But we'll get to that. I agree, Wheat. Oh, there you go, Worst. The GUP. Oh yeah. I knew guys that worked on the well, not new. I know guys that worked on the GUP Cooper. Anyway, all right, so we got to mess with the boosters today. So we need to make a slip pin and a holder here for the boosters to get them to work correctly. What's the purpose of Ares 4? Ryan, Ares 4 was one of the proposals for making Constellation a little bit cheaper. They took Ares 1 upper stage and put it on Ares 5 to try and... It was some weird bid to try and make an interim vehicle. And they looked at that and said, that's dumb. Get rid of Ares 1 and just put a Delta 4 upper stage on top of it because it's cheaper. Yeah, that was one of the proposals to try and save Constellation. Sorry, I was thinking about it, how stupid Ares 4 is. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was thinking about how dumb of an idea that actually was. It's kind of... I guess I'll... Direct and shuttle at the same time would have been cool. Agreed. Agreed. Booster 7 CH4 tank is being loaded. Cool. Yeah, Core, pretty much. Alright, so I'm going to change this to stack prototype 4. And I'm going to overwrite the other shuttle because the other shuttle with the upgraded flags didn't perform like I wanted to. So, alright, so now what we're going to do is I'm going to go in here and we're going to start messing with these boosters. So, like I said, I want to make this so it can be stacked. If I ever wanted to make a launch pad for this thing, if we ever wanted to do it, I said I would make the lifter able to be stacked. Now, I'm not 100% sure how we would go about implementing it, because the reason why I've never bothered to go and make a shuttle launch pad is because of Kerbal's docking logic. We've been over that. I don't want to talk, like, too much about it. I do have a picture in my shuttle research folder. It wound up in here, showing the logic. So you run into a hierarchical problem when you're trying to stack a shuttle in KSP if you tried to build a shuttle stack outside of the VAB. The problem essentially stems from the boosters being the only thing docked to the launch pad. So right there. When the shuttle launches were stacked in SLS-2, they stacked the boosters first. So the boosters are the only thing that's physically touching the mobile launcher. Now, don't get me wrong, the shuttle is physically touching it, but it's not structural connections. It's the fuel lines that come out of the tail service mast, which are those two gray tabs right there. So in this picture, the shuttle, the external tank would be right here, and the shuttle would be on the far side of the launcher. So, like, the rudder would be over here somewhere. So Kerbal does not understand that. It won't understand that too well. Oh yeah, Core. Ares 5 was gonna be a monster of a vehicle. I really wish we just made it. We just should have made it. Like, don't worry about it. The bar between them is removed, right? Actually, no. The external tank has that bar going through the inner tank, Ren. Yeah. But the ET is actually hung on the SRBs. I have a picture of that bracket. It's in here somewhere. So the problem is that Kerbal really only wants the rocket to attach to the pad with one docking port. And in order to structurally stack the shuttle, you need both the SRBs physically touching the pad. Now, I think we might be able to get around this with hybrid tech, but there's the drawing. See, what we came up with a long time ago, this was for CTS-NG, was building a straight connection to the external tank and having the SRBs just physically resting on the pad. That's what that drawing is. 200th, the 200th second stage in a Merlin vacuum. Wow. That guy has a shirt on that says Nuke Mars. That's cool, man. That's pretty wild, dudes. Pretty wild. Pretty sure Jesse is in the lower left stage picture. Let me see. Oh yeah, Jessie's over there. There she is. Let me see if I recognize anybody else in these pictures. No, not really. Maybe. Yeah. Alright, anyway, could you have the boosters sit undocked on their mounts and then use the top vent arm? You already thought of this, I see. Yeah. That's the way to do it. Yeah, there's a pirate's hat in there. I see one of those guys is a masochist. Alright. I'm thinking. So the booster's gonna need a slip pin. That's freaking. That's what we need. We need that slip pin. Where is it? So there it is. So that's what's on the end of that big strut. Grav, you said like, oh, are they gonna take that? Or who said that? The crossbar that holds the two SRBs together. That's actually inside of the external tank on the inner tank, and I do have that represented here on our tank, right here. So the reason why I did this way is because this thing is supposed to structurally perform like the real external tank. I've kind of used Kerbal's hierarchy to get it to work like, to carry the load like how it would in real life. That's kind of a hard thing to translate, but you guys want to see something crazy. So if you notice it, like that's how the external tank attaches to the SRBs. It's one pin. It's one pin. It's about the size of a baseball. So I don't know, 10 centimeter maybe. And the pin goes through, and it has a thread on the end, and there's an explosive nut on the end. And the nut cracks in half, and the SRBs slip out. They slip backwards, and then they get pushed out. That's it. That is what's carrying the load of the SRB. A pin that's about this big. Is that crazy? A lot of people don't know that. That's what carries the load. See the pin? Right there. There's the cap for the pin. There's that gray piece that's attached to that huge strut that goes through the ET. And then there's the pin mount. It's not complicated. Also 95 F-150 long bed. That is probably the reason why I saved this picture. Is that bad? That's bad, isn't it? Yeah, that's pretty bad. Okay. Also, K5 Blazer. How did they ensure the bolt came out and didn't get stuck? Frangible nut. So, tweets, there's a frangible nut up at the top inside of a housing, okay? The housing looks like a thimble almost, like that would go over your thumb. It's just a cap. And inside of it is a frangible nut. So what's a frangible nut? It looks like a nut that you'd screw onto a bolt, right? But there's, well, shotgun shells on either side of it that cracks the nut in half. That's what a frangible nut does. Here, I don't know if they'd ever recover a frangible nut that was from SRB separation. Yeah, when I say shotgun shells, I mean that. There's shotgun shells. There's a packed charge inside of the nut that cracks it in half. I'm serious, it's usually a shotgun shell. It probably, for these ones, it's probably something different, but you'd be surprised how sometimes it's off the shelf like that. Seriously. Just put two leads on the primer cap and then boom, you got an explosive charge right there. And that's what cracks the nut in half and the SRB slips out of the pin, right? But there's a housing on top of it because you don't want that nut shooting off, right? You don't want it shooting off and hitting the external tank or hitting the space shuttle. I don't think I need to say why that's a bad idea. So it's usually inside of a housing. Like these nuts. Got 'em! Those are the hold down, SRB hold down point frangible nuts. Those are the things that hold the shuttle to the pad. Yeah, see? There's just it's just a shotgun blast that breaks it because yeah, it's got holes in the sides. So when the explosive goes off, it blows the nut in half. What? You gonna worry about the shotgun blast not going off? There's one moving part. It's just the primer cap. And a lot of the times they have, that's why they're not like actual shotgun cartridges all the time. Like it's a specialized cartridge that has two primer caps for redundancy. If you want to talk bullets and ballistics for a second. But yeah, pretty cool, huh? I understand the explosive nut, but was the weight of the SRB the only thing pulling the pin out? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it just slips out of the pin, dude. That's all. Here, I'll show you. That's one way to shoot your nuts off. Yeah, so, okay. The SRBs never really completely flame out. SRBs still burn residual propellants. Even the SRBs are technically still firing, even after they separate. I know, because when they separate, there's still flames coming out the bottom. What happens is once the chamber pressure on the SRBs tail off to a certain point, right? See, the SRBs are still firing. Can you believe that? They're still going. Once the chamber pressure on the SRBs gets to a certain point, you're not really making a lot of thrust anymore. You're still making some, but it's like maybe the thrust equivalent of like a flamethrower, which is not very much. Basically, you lose combustion chamber pressure because there's no more gas to burn off and accelerate it through the throat, right? That's just straight rocket. That's just propulsion engineering, right? So you're going to get residual. You get residual like this. It does happen. And basically, the SRB, if we were able to kind of isolate the space shuttle at this particular point right here and calculate the space shuttle's TWR, and then the SRB with the residual thrust right there, what its TWR is, the space shuttle has a higher TWR, but not by much. That's why this separation looks so smooth. That's why the separation looks really, really, really smooth and really nice. The SRBs are still firing, and you can tell they're still firing because the separator motors go, and then the SRBs just kind of stay like this. The SRBs don't flip over or anything. They don't start tumbling around like Soyuz or something with the Korolev cross, right? Where the boosters start spinning out of control. That, don't get me wrong, that's induced spin. It's on purpose. So you have residual thrust. Yep, there's a little bit. Will we see this on SLS? Absolutely. Could you simulate that by changing the SRB thrust to like 1% with the cow controller and then separate the SRB during that period? Absolutely, Oradon. This is why I wanted to redo the boosters, because I never got the separation exactly right. But basically, the SRBs are still producing thrust, but their thrust to weight ratio is less than the shuttle, which is why they appear to just kind of... So what happens here, that actually helps stabilize the boosters and prevents them from flipping out. But yeah, the weight of the SRB tweets, because the shuttle has higher TWR than the SRBs during separation, is what gives you that nice clean sep. They actually just slide out of the pin and then they back off. It's actually really, it's a lot more of a complicated separation than you might think. Now, don't get me wrong, with our SRBs, I'm mimicking it to an extent, but we can get the separation exact if I build the hybrid tech hanging points on the external tank. If I build the points into this to make it, to integrate it like the real one, we can make the separation sequence like the real one, which is what I want to do. Another thing is that there's a pack of there's a pack of separatrons down here that fire. They fire during separation. So those ones up there, so the boosters separate, they slide out of the pin, the forward ones fire, and then right after that, the aft ones that are on the SRB skirt right here in a cluster, those fire. So it kind of just keeps the boosters on a nice even keel, so they just go and they kind of stay like this. They don't flip around. Because they didn't want these things flipping around and potentially hitting the shuttle's wings or something, like what's happened to us in Kerbal. That's why it's important to get this separation sequence right, which is why these boosters need to be remade, because I want this to be perfect. Didn't the shuttle engines also have a little bit of residual thrust after main engine cutoff? Most rocket engines do, T-Man. Yeah, it's just kind of a byproduct to how the rocket works. Are there bolts that hold the SRBs on vertical or horizontal? Well, Ryan, the top one is a vertical pin because that's carrying the load from the SRB. The SRB is obviously pushing the external tank and the shuttle up, right? It's pushing it, but in that primary, where that load gets carried, so where that affects the external tank and the shuttle is up at the forward attachment point. The aft attachment points are just there to make sure that the SRBs don't do this. They do carry a little bit of load, but they are horizontal. They're horizontal back here. These things just use a frangible bolt. There's basically an explosive bolt. There's a bolt right here that attaches to the back of the ET, that attaches here, and it snaps in half and the SRB flies off. Yeah, Falcon 1 flashbacks. Residual thrust is absolutely a thing, Rocket. Yeah. I'm not 100% sure how we're going to make these things attach here, but I'm sure we could figure it out. Can we fix that fairing? Oh, kind of hesitant to do it, Core. I mean, I was gonna put the SRB attachment points here, but yeah, maybe we should. But see, the other thing is that that fairing is as far back as it possibly can be. Well, hybrid tech is how we're going to do it, Owens, but I'm not sure how we're going to attach these. Like, if we were going to go and build a pad for this, I'm not sure how we would attach them. S-24 methane tank is being filled. Cool. They're doing more tanking tests for Starship. Very nice. Cool, cool. What I always could do is have a Kerbal just go up there and run the damn strut. We have Kerbal Construction, but Kerbal Construction likes to make stuff explode. I'm thinking, guys, I'm thinking. Are there new on whether something happened to the center engine in yesterday's Falcon launcher, or was it just residuals? Don't know. We're probably never going to hear about it, dude. It did something that was a little weird, but as long as the behavior is understood, I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. And that's probably why we won't hear anything about it. Thanks, KO. Bit like the real shuttles. Iterative design works, man. That's the thinking face of an engineer, of a true rocket engineer. Oh, I'm not a rocket engineer. I play one on TV. All right, let's figure out something here. So we need to get the pin. The pin needs to work, and the pin can use hybrid tech here. So just, yeah. We don't really have a lot of space here, which is kind of not ideal. That's right, KO. Yep. Did something happen during the launch? Landing, Thomas. During one of the... I saw some weird kind of... The plume on last night's Falcon 9 on Hotbird 13G was a little strange. That was probably just due to the first stage not flying on a trajectory similar to Starlink. It didn't fly on the lofted trajectory that a Starlink launch usually launches on. However... The first stage came down and landed, and when it landed, it puked out some molten metal. Yeah, it was not residual. It was definitely slag. So One of the Merlins on that mission cooked themselves. Yeah, be interesting, teammate. Couldn't we also just make a starting pad that had 2 solids mounted with a bar and an ET that hangs on the bar? And boosters, then we have the shuttle on the ET. Couldn't we also just make a starting pad that had the 2 solids mounted with a bar, and then the ET hangs on the bar and the boosters, and then we hang the shuttle on the external tank? So an already integrated stack, Ren. Yeah, suppose. The center core is expendable. No, not hot. That's a different mission, KO. Not Falcon Heavy. They did expend the center core for Falcon Heavy. I'm talking about the Falcon last night. There's been another Falcon launch since Falcon Heavy 2 days ago. Hotbird 13G, when they landed the stages, when they landed the stage out on the drone ship, it started puking slag everywhere. So something went weird with the engines during that flight that was not normal. But yeah, we'll probably never know. Yeah, but you are right. Yeah, the core stage did get expended for Falcon Heavy because the Space Force wanted the extra performance. That's not gonna look right, dudes. You know, we might. Let me check something. Okay. It was brand new, Kale, on the Falcon Heavy mission. The Hotbird 13G, that was its 7th flight. You like the old school's KSP streams, making you really excited to pick up KSP 2. Cool. I'm glad, man. Yeah. Aren't all the center cores new because they have to manufacture them differently? Yes and no, Sniper. All the center cores are new because SpaceX hasn't been able to get one back yet. The center core on the first Falcon Heavy flight missed the drone ship and crashed into the water. So crash a booster into the water in Kerbal at high speed and see what happens. That thing obliterated itself. STP-2 did not land. It crashed as well. ArabSat 6A, it landed, and then it fell off the drone ship when they were towing it back. And then the fourth Falcon Heavy flight, which is SF-44, which is what we watched the other day and launched the other day. Sorry, launched. Nice word. That had an expendable core by design. So yeah, technically every Falcon Heavy center core, it is a different design than Falcon 9. It's strengthened to be able to take the 2 Falcon 9s on the side, right? It's built a little bit differently, but every Falcon Heavy center core is new thus far because they haven't been able to get one back and reuse it. Yeah, what Thomas in Core Space said. So, yeah, eventually they'll reuse one. Eventually. Mostly. Dude, I don't know how to make a pin in here that's going to fit. That's why I had the I-beams riding on the external tank before. You could put the I-beams in the fairings. I find, Core, that the best type of physical attachment points is using the physicsless parts. They don't drift, they don't bend. Hybrid tech, baby. That's the best way to do it. And yeah, in that regard, I could just put 2 KRPC bearings on either side. I mean, just 2 pins. We could just fit a pin right here and a pin right here, and that should do it. I don't need struts, KO, to be honest with you. We found better ways to do it. I found something that's stronger than struts. It relies on physical connections in the game, so collision between 2 objects. Yeah, this has KRPC bearings in it. Put them on tiny nose cones. Why would I do that? That has a very strange KRPC bearing in it. I mean, we should be able to get away with it. That shouldn't be a problem. Six is the best. 6 is the best way to do it, Aquos. I like that way better. Actually, that's not a physicsless part, so this is probably not going to be the right thing that we want for this. So what we'll do, we need a physicsless part holding this thing up, or else it's not going to work very well. So this is basically a slot, right? It's a slot, and you could, if I have RCS ball attached to the booster, right? Well, you know, if we're going to hang this external tank, I'll make it so the slot, the ball that's attached to the booster fits in this slot right here, and it'll align the docking port. Once again, we're not going to do this. I'm not going to design this for, I'm not going to design it. I'm not going to design the pad for it, but we will put the provisions in there in case we ever want to do it. If you haven't been watching me play KSP for a long time, the challenge that we kind of ended up wanting to do, or ended up doing with KSP a lot before I started to build this new project, was to literally just build the pads for the vehicles, build VABs outside of the VAB, and make a VAB that literally you could build your own rockets outside of it. Outside of the editors, which is actually, that's like some of my favorite projects to do in KSP, I'm not gonna lie. It's really, really fun. I really enjoy it. But yeah, it does get complicated. It's hard to do. You don't need an antenna. Just place anywhere RCS ports like this will do the trick. And then if we set this to absolute, put that down there like this. It's not that hard. You built one for your shuttle in a couple hours. Yeah, but yours looked like a Fisher-Price play toy. When you want to actually do it like the real one and play in the big leagues, you tell me, okay? Hang on, let me just move this backwards a little bit. Gotta make sure the strut platter doesn't interfere with the hinge. There we go. Channeling Dr. Disrespect? Yeah. I only do that to people that deserve it. Give me this. Going again. Okay. Let's see something. We'll see if she holds. Let's go here, like this. Go to custom 1. Go in here. Hit that. Enable. That already has SVI enabled on it. The thermometers. Oh. Yeah, I took them off of another part. 2 hot thermometers. So that means these ones down here should... Okay, those ones down. Okay, cool. Hello, shuttle. All right, so let's see. I'm curious. Now, don't get me wrong. This is probably going to end with an explosion. I'm going to undo the boosters, and I want to see if they can hang. The external tank will hang from the booster. Just out of curiosity, we'll put it right to the test. We'll hang it with a full tank of gas. Well, she certainly looks the part, that's for sure. I'm not sure, Aqualux. I don't think so. About the cal controllers. I'd suggest copying this on the bottom instead of worrying about running a strut by hand. It's not that simple, but yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I mean, we could do it. We want to do it quick and dirty, yeah. Alright, so I'm going to hit 1, enabling same vessel collision, and then watch this. Let's see if she does it. Ready? Undock. Undock. Oh, it broke. Damn. It was close. It was close, dudes. It was close. The SRB is still standing. The flowers are still standing. Dude, that held up 1. Here, let's see if it does it with... actually, I think undocking it pushed the pin out of the slot, interestingly enough. Here, let's... let me see that again. Let me see that one more time. The salami lid, it won't gonna fit. EPA guy just came over. He wants Connor to shut it all down for violations. Yeah. Yep. And then I'm going to give him a violation for existing Chiron because he's screwing up the environment. You're screwing up the environment by existing. I'm going to have to write you a fine. Sorry. All right. Let's try this again. Ready? Undock. That's hanging. That SRB is hanging. That's cool. It does work. Doesn't look like we're getting same vessel interaction over here. Now light it. Ooh, we don't have any aft attachment struts, dude. There's nothing preventing the boosters from just twisting like this. Here, let's undock the other one. Ready? Yeah. Yeah, I see what's going on there. I see what's going on in here. What are we actually trying to do here? I'm giving it the provisions to be able to be stacked if we ever wanted to do it. If we ever wanted to build this shuttle outside of the SP8s and put the stack together, provided we could find some way to beat the hierarchy. I'm not trying to solve that problem today. I'll just make it so the boosters, so the tank can hang on the boosters. This also is going to give us a good, more realistic separation, because having the Kraken tech there, when the boosters separate Phoenix, that'll make them go backwards and then out, instead of just kind of falling off, and it reduces the potential of a wing strike. Long story short, a viewer noticed the other day that my SRB separation was not very good. It doesn't, it's coming really close to the wings. This here, what we're doing here, giving it the provisions for integration, is actually going to improve our separation sequence. And honestly, these are all physics-less parts. So, alright, it doesn't really affect performance too much. It's just something that we probably should do. Hybrid tech is the strongest thing in the game, because physics-less parts are being used to hold stuff together. Physics-less parts don't bend. These RCS bearings are literally made out of tungsten. And they don't screw with game performance too much, so it's free structure for you, Jim. Like, literally, that's stronger than a strut. It's a physical connection. Like, it's way stronger. Could you use a firework to destroy a part like an exploding nut? Yeah, I suppose. I suppose you could do that, but why wouldn't you? If you're gonna do that, if you're gonna destroy a part like that, why wouldn't you just use a decoupler? All right, so the ET is empty this time around. I want to see if it can hold up the empty external tank. It should be able to. That's the only time the Kraken tech is really gonna like make a big difference. When the ET is when the external tank is empty, because that's when we would hang it on the pad. Yeah, Phoenix, it's okay. We'll just go back to the panel system that we have now. No harm, no foul. I'm not gonna sit there and screw with it. It screwed it up. It screwed it up so bad that I like sitting there trying to fix it would have been a waste of time. All right, so undock. Undock. Yep, it hangs. But it hangs with no aft attachment struts. But it does hang. That's why the aft attachment struts are there, to literally prevent the SRBs from doing that. And that particular reason is why the aft attachment struts on the SRB are horizontal and the forward attachment point is vertical, because of that. Yeah, we wouldn't be hanging it with the orbiter on the side anyway. That's right, Luke. Yep. That's pretty rad, though. See what I mean? It's holding it up, guys. RCS ball, a couple of RCS balls is holding up 106 tons of tank and orbiter right now. 106 tons. See? That's pretty... See what I mean about hybrid tech, man? It's the best. Hybrid tech's great. And we'll have that structure on the stack when we actually go to launch. So this stack will actually be stronger this way. But yeah, because the shuttle's hanging off the side, it pivoted to one side. And one of these things is under all the load, and the other one is not even... See, the other hinge popped out. See what I'm saying? And the only thing that's keeping the shuttle from twisting over is the SRBs hitting the wings. Ironically, this is the exact problem that these pins are trying to solve. It's trying to prevent the SRBs from doing that during separation. Yeah, Phoenix, the thing is that I needed to do that to get to this point. I needed to know. That's why, you know, like, I don't get me wrong. I know I have a reputation for drawing stuff out because I need to figure out how it works. And once I get dude, I only will kind of move on from a project when I really understand what it's doing. If I can understand it, if the project's a dead end, you know, like the SSDO, you got to know when to hold them, you got to know when to fold them, right? The SSDO, I folded the project because I saw the writing was on the wall. The hybrid tech could fix it, but I hadn't figured out hybrid tech at that time. I didn't have a solution to fix it. It would have taken, I would have had to redesign the whole thing. So I said, screw it. Not doing this. And then hybrid tech came along and we proved that it works with the small SSTO and pad. I can make the small SSTO and pad work. In fact, maybe we could do it as a side project here. I wouldn't mind doing that. But yeah, some of the projects took a long time, but now I have the hindsight of knowing what works and what doesn't, you know? And because of this, because I know what works and what doesn't work, yeah, we're able to implement stuff really, really fast. Like, dude, look at how fast this orbiter came together. Yeah, yeah, I'm drinking from an ET. That's right. Spray on foam insulation. What exactly is hybrid tech? Hybrid tech is using, okay, so there's I have two kind of definitions for hybrid tech. That's hybrid tech right there. Hybrid tech can involve robotics, and it also it doesn't need to involve robotics. So Phoenix, I don't think you were here for this, but let me show you MLV. MLV was well, you guys are going to see more of it. It's basically, a lot of people back in the day said, all right, don't try to build a Falcon 9 copy. Build your own version of what Falcon 9 would look like in Kerbal. That's MLV. This thing has hybrid tech down here. So what do you notice about this, Phoenix? Take a look. Look at the pins. Look at the engine section and look what's holding this thing together. Thermo bearings. How? How the heck are thermal bearings holding that thing together? We have the landing legs are attached via robotics. How is that working? Well, we figured out a way to take Kraken tech and mix it with the robotics. Right? Those are working. And the key is same vessel collision. If you go into the action groups of a vehicle, right? And you take a physicsless part. Now, if you go into part action window, you don't have the option for same vessel collision, right? But the developers, for whatever reason, left it as a keyable flag inside of this, inside of the SPH. You can set it to AG1 and enable same vessel collision on a physicsless part. That thing has landing legs that are as strong as Condor 9, but they're fully reusable, and they use robotics to deploy. That thing has Falcon 9's exact landing legs attached to it. They're just a Kerbalized version of them. They're exactly the same. Like how the robotics work, its principle of operation is the same thing. That's hybrid tech. Hybrid tech makes insanely strong robotics. Let me show you another example. This thing, the K-29. Watch. Now, don't get me wrong. Every time I show this thing and I try to use it, I haven't really fully figured out how it works. So it does crash from time to time. Just a little bit of a disclosure. It'll probably crash. But the operating principle is there. Watch this thing. That's why I'm using MLV in the program, because MLV literally could be reused. I was designing its launch pad when I decided to switch over and do this. So check this out, Phoenix. You remember the helicopters? Remember the gearboxes that we made with the helicopters? Were you there for that? That's loud. Remember the gearboxes that we used to make? So this is the newest iteration of the tuk-tuk. But the thing about this is that this has a synchronizer in it. Look, the blades are in sync. No adverse vibrations from the blades being out of sync, so the SAS doesn't. The reason why is because it has a hybrid tech gear. And there's technically an axle that's connected to a rotor right here. And that rotor is connected to a gear on the other side. And there's an axle going through the wing made out of RCS balls and hybrid tech bearings. Watch. See the torque limiter? Bye-bye. Guys, I just shut the right side engine off. Oh, hang on. We gotta remove it from symmetry, excuse me. One motor. One motor is driving both of those blades, and they are in sync. Oh. Yep, and this is what I mean about it crashing. The gear, we popped the bearing. That has a synchronizer gear. It has a synchronizer gear that's keeping my blades synced. Well, they went out of sync because the gear skipped a couple of teeth, but see what I'm talking about? That's hybrid tech. I was just flying this with one motor, turning two blades via gears that are made out of RCS balls. That's hybrid tech. Hybrid tech, dude, I took a break from KSP. I took a break. Winter of 2021, the SSTL blew up in my face, and I just said, screw this, I don't want to do this anymore. And I just went and variety streamed for like 6 months. And then we jumped back into KSP in the spring, and we figured out that this has a triggerable flag when I was making this. And I was like, oh, I can fix everything. So this hybrid tech here is to keep something in sync, because you're using same vessel collision on the RCS balls to keep the rotors synced. But you can do this with anything. I fixed a couple of my old launch pads, the SSTO launch pad. And then I fixed the robotics from drifting as well. They don't drift anymore because the same vessel collision holds them in place. You can make anything. Cranes, jacks for the crane, pins for the crane, slots for the crane. You can do whatever. You can make anything you want. Does the SSTO fly? Yeah, flies just fine. Nice. Well, of course, that's cool. I took a break from KSP for 6 months in 2021. Yeah. We were playing cities and what else did we play? Played all kinds of stuff. Does the SSTO land? Yeah, it does. Playing cities, you're playing Icarus. Yeah, played Railroad, Satisfactory. Yeah, we just grinded out all the other stuff that I've been wanting to play for a long time. Tarkov, stuff like that, yeah. But, yeah, I just needed a break, dude. After 9 years of playing Kerbal almost every day, I was like, okay. I'm good. But we're back now. I don't even worry about that no more. Yeah, I was playing Hearts. Yeah, Hearts was fun. You missed Tarkov Tuesday? See, it's interesting, Wisp. You missed Tarkov Tuesday, but nobody else does. The numbers don't lie. You guys do not like watching Tarkov. The numbers don't lie, man. Some people were super into it, but yeah, you guys really don't like watching that. When are we getting back to Icarus? I don't know, sometime. I worry that in my efforts to send my KSP 1 save outright that I'll be burnt out on KSP 2. Hopefully that will prove to be true for you. That's not happening, Leahy. Hey guys, it's at some point you just got to throw in the towel. If people don't like the content that you're putting out, like, change the content. So I went back to playing, you know, a little bit of KSP, City, Summer Car, stuff like that. And just, I power played Summer Car for like a week. Still not dead in that save, by the way. Yeah, should probably play that more. But I don't know. I don't know how that's going to work with the racing rig, but doesn't matter. Escape from Tetris. Yeah, Wisp, me too. I grew up playing shooting games. You know? But anyway. So, the hanger points. The hanger points work. That works fine. Now we got to figure out an aft strut solution here. Yeah, I have a racing rig, Phoenix, yeah. And I race in VR. Yeah. I have a racing rig, it's behind me. I finally have enough space to build, to make one. So I made one, and then I in the shop, I made some brackets for it, and it has an actual car seat from a Supra attached to it. I have a bucket seat from a Mark II Supra on my racing rig. It's very comfortable. MSC Thursdays? I think we played MSC on Wednesdays. I never got to the rally, Fred, because I play on permadeath. Do you use the walls to turn in ovals? I don't think they do that in Finland, Artie. In the States, though. Oh, we do that. Anyway. Alright, let's give her. So we got to figure out the aft attachment struts. We could just build a copy of that down here and just put the struts out here. That's doable. My brain has been paced the last 2 years. Yeah. I don't know, Snib. That's right, Kyron. That's what killed that. My neighbor was being a dickweed. Did you know, Kyron, that was really what got the ball rolling on buying a house? Seriously. Everyone, I wanted to buy a house, but yeah, that's when we really started looking because I was sick of living next to people. Yeah, I was really getting annoyed with it. Between the stupid lady at the apartment yelling at me for dusting off snow and putting it in her parking space, and the neighbor downstairs being, frankly, a little bit disingenuous, it really pissed me off. So I'm just like, man, now I'm good. And I made sure that I told the landlord that, too. I was like, yeah, we wanted to buy a house, but also... So, yeah, that was the big one. That's what kind of made us seriously go and start looking, because, yeah. Be honest, mortgage payments versus rent isn't bad. Yeah, the mortgage payment's a little more than the rent, but yeah. I don't live in Boston anymore, Phoenix, no. I'm down on the Cape. I don't live in the city anymore. I live in the sticks. And I love it. It's great. Instead of a house being 20 feet to either side, there's a house 150 feet that way and 150 feet that way. I can make all the noise I freaking want to. No one cares. No, not Florida. No, not that Cape. Cape Cod, not Cape Canaveral. Yeah, everybody said buy a house at the Cape. They didn't say which one. Now, to be 100% real, I don't live on the actual Cape Cod. If you're from Massachusetts, I'm before the bridges. But just before the bridges. Like, yeah. So, got huge tracts of land. Yep, that's right, Aqualux. I can write off the heating bill for the garage. Why do you think I heat this place, you know? Anyway, but yeah, dude. I live out in the sticks. I don't live near the city anymore. And you know what? I love it. It's freaking great. Yeah, King, look, if people want that information, you can find that information. You know what I mean? Like, the second I say, like, oh, I don't want people knowing where I live, that's literally an invitation for people to figure that one out. I've always been pretty transparent about that. Because, like I said, it's the internet. People will find out. That's just kind of how it rolls, man. So, figure I'd be straightforward with you guys to some extent. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not giving you my address, but, you know, be specific enough. And that's happened to me before, dude. Yeah, some guy in like 2016, 2017, there was a guy in chat that was being a jerk, so we banned him from chat, and then he started posting my address in chat. Yeah. I had to go down to the local police station. Yeah, that's good. And say, look, if, you know, folks start doing some weird stuff, and don't get me wrong, when we moved here, I did the same thing. I went into the police station and talked to them and told them about what I do and stuff. Yeah, I had to go down to the police chief, tell him what was going on, just in case. Don't get me wrong, it's precautionary, but that's the game I play, dude. I can't, dude. You know how it is. So, I figure being honest about it and being straightforward enough to where people don't go like, what are you hiding? What are you hiding? Because, dude, people on the internet do that. They snoop. Don't lie. Every one of you have done it. Dude, I've done it, of course. How many times have we snooped on the Freedom Factory with Cletus on stream? Like, this stuff happens. It's not anything nefarious. It's just something that happens. So I figure I'd be straightforward about it, you know? Oh yeah, King. Or not King, sorry, yeah. I was just about to say, it's hard to imagine you making enemies. I'm about as far from the ideological as possible, and you're always great about differences. Yeah, King, because part of being an adult is being able to still be cool with people that you don't see eye to eye with. That's just being an adult. People don't do that nowadays, and it's quite annoying, actually. Yeah, that's what I don't like, but we're not going down that road, you know? But yeah, guys, I try to be pretty straightforward with you guys about where I live and where, you know, where I've been, you know, who I am. Because look, people are going to find that information. They're going to find it. And don't get me wrong, there's still stuff that I don't tell you. Like, I'm not going to give you my damn address. But it's important to stay cool about this. And yeah, just try not to piss people off because they'll do stuff like that. But I find that just not being a dick too much. Like, I do it to viewers ironically. Like, I go and I give S-Master and Tessa and Yard, I give them crap all the time, but I don't, that's where I'm kidding. Like, that's a joke. Like, and I think I lay it on thick enough to be able, so people can understand that it's a joke. But yeah, you know, you don't want to go and piss off the wrong person. You never know who's on the other end of the computer. Yeah, of course, Phoenix. Everybody does. That's why. Like, guys, I don't exactly hide where I live, because that's very, like, the second, dude, I'm telling you, the second you, like, dude, this is how the internet works. The second you kind of start hinting that you got something to hide, oh, people, that's like an invitation for weird people on the internet to go and figure that stuff out. So that's why I'm straightforward about it. I'm straightforward and I'm honest about it. I don't screw around with that. Because people, dude, they will find it whether you like it or not. I don't exactly make it a mystery. Yeah, exactly. It's really funny because one time, King, one time I was playing GTA and there was a hacker, and the hacker was like, it would be a shame if people figured out where you live. It would be a shame. It looks like you're in the Boston area. Newton, maybe? And I'm like, all right, dude. I'm not exactly like, I don't exactly hide that. And the guy was like, what? I'm like, tell me something I don't know. Yeah, Sun Temple, right? Yeah, or not exactly. I just make it a thing to be honest enough with you guys to have not have people like ask questions, you know what I mean? Because the second I say like, oh no, I don't want people knowing where I live. I don't need people knowing what state I'm from. Dude, that is an invitation for weird people on the internet to go and find it. Believe me, you know where I live. I live right near Cape Cod, right near the bridges. Right near the Cape Cod Canal. Like, it's not exactly rocket science to find out where I live. Like, I can say that with utmost clarity, utmost honesty. It's not, like, it's just easier this way. This is King, and I've been doing this for a decade. I'm not exactly, like, I don't exactly hide it for any reason, you know? It's easier this way, trust me. Nice. That's awesome, Panta. Downside, your commute got a lot longer. Yeah, I know. I have to walk to the garage every day. Dang it. Well, Loopy, that feeds into my second rule. Now, I don't speak for anybody but myself, but I try not to be too much of a jerk. Sometimes, you know, I'm human. I ain't perfect. Sometimes I'm a dick to people. Like, it's not on purpose. But sometimes people get under my skin. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. But most of the time, like 90% of the time, I'm kidding. But I try not to be a jackass to people. And I'm not saying that Wayward did or didn't, you know, like, you know, I just kind of go with the flow with stuff, you know. People say all kinds of horrible stuff about me the other day. Like, dude, I got like a 2,000 word essay from somebody the other day about how they hate me. Like, it's great. Yeah, like, I don't know what you want me to do with this, like, yeah, right? Are we gonna name the orbiters? Yeah. Oh yeah. Dude, I got like a gnarly big essay about, yeah, somebody, how they hate my guts. I'm like, all right. Thanks for letting me know, I guess. On what grounds? I don't want to go too into details, King, but long story short, my sense of humor is dark sometimes. Like, I have a lot of dark humor to try and drive the point across when I'm teaching. Like yesterday. And don't get me wrong, this was not the subject matter of this. Like yesterday when we were talking about Columbia, I was like, man, Columbia made it through re-entry with one freaking wing. That's how good of a design that was. You were here for that, right? Like, it's a little bit of, that's like not exactly a nice thing to say because the orbiter didn't make it, and I understand that, and I'm not trying to undermine the deaths of 7 people, but it's a cool thing to know. I use dark humor sometimes to get the point across, right? Oh, and yeah, no, I guess I said something that really pissed this person off or whatever, and yeah, I got the diatribe about how, you know, you have a voice, you shouldn't be saying stuff like this, etc., 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 etc. Like, you know, people listen to you, you can't sit, there's certain things you can't say, you have a responsibility. I'm like, yes, I know that. I'm one of the most careful people about that on the internet. One of the most. And I really, 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 really lay it on pretty thick when I'm using dark humor or something, or whatever. I really say it. I'd like to think that I lay it on thick enough for people to understand that I'm kidding, but I guess some people miss the joke. So yeah, I mean, you guys, once again, I don't know what to tell you. Like, okay, what do you want me to do? Like, that's great. Okay, you wrote an essay saying you hate me. That's fine. What do you want me to change? Why? Like, what? Like, no one's compelling you to watch the stream. Like, you don't have to. Nobody's forcing you to watch me. Go watch somebody else. It doesn't happen very often, King. You guys have been very good to me. And King, you guys have been good to me because I'm straightforward about that stuff. I'm very straightforward about this. Dude, I know how the internet works. I've been on the internet for a long freaking time. I know how this stuff works. You don't go barking up the wrong tree. That's a bad idea. You know? With that being said, in this day and age, dude, some people... Like, I don't know, man. I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm like an angel when it comes to stuff that I've said on the stream. Absolutely not. You don't stream for 12 hours a day and not say something that, you know, doesn't come out right. You know, like that's just the nature of a live broadcast. But I'd like to think that people would give me the benefit of the doubt. And to be 100% honest with you, most of you guys do. Most of you guys do. Most of you guys know that I'm not trying to be a jerk. You know what I mean? Sometimes chat gets under your skin, but that's just streaming. And that happens. You know, but yeah, every once in a while, dude. Yeah, I get, dude. There was a Satanist that said that I banned from chat, that Twitter stalked me for a long time, and he thought that him making this was like 5 years ago. The guy thought that me not allowing people to swear, because I wanted a learning environment, he said, well, you don't get to make that decision. You know, kids are gonna grow up and they're gonna hear people swear. So, you know, the guy tried to make some kind of argument for, like, saying that me not allowing him to swear in my chat was a violation of his freedom of speech or something. Like, yeah, that was a fun one. And then the guy stalked me on Twitter. Every time I posted something, he was like, "Hey, you're a dick," and I'm like, yeah, you know, and yeah, guys, don't get me wrong. I know that's gonna open up the whole private forum, public forum thing. Like, dude, look, if you go into a classroom, you don't curse, all right? You don't need to curse to articulate, to teach something. Now, don't get me wrong, during after hours, I curse like a sailor. Like, duh. But during the day, when I'm teaching, people watch with their kids, man. And it's not, I don't have a decision on, like, what kids can and can't say. Like, if I'm up here cursing up a storm during the day, people ain't gonna watch with their kids, because some people don't want their kids exposed to that type of language. It's not your decision to decide what other people's kids get exposed to. You know, like, that was the whole thing. Like, don't get me wrong, I didn't reply to this guy. Like, I don't waste my breath. Like, it's like, even now, like, but yeah, I get an essay and then I just don't respond. Like, why? What's the point? These people clearly, like, it's like peak entitlement, dude. Like, is this literally the worst thing that's going on in your life? The worst thing that's going on in your life is that you're going to take time out of your day to write a thesis on why you don't like me? I mean, if that's how you want to spend your time, that's fine. Don't expect me to play ball. I'm not playing ball with you. Why would I do that? No, nothing weird, drummer. We're talking about, like, my address and stuff. Yeah, Leahy, don't get me wrong, the whole freedom of speech thing, I understand. Yeah, that's fine. We're not getting into that. that's not the point that I'm trying to make, guys. So don't get too hung up on it, you know? Like, I don't know, man. I don't try to bother trying to figure out what these people are getting at. Like, at a certain point, dude, if you're gonna take the time out of your day to do something like that, there's two things. Either stuff is so good in your life that you're gonna waste your energy on me. Well, all right, that's fine. I appreciate it, I guess, but that, or I do get a lot of letters, like, with legit criticism, you know, like, people aren't jerks about it, you know. Not, I say letters, people just write me DMs and stuff and say, hey, I didn't like this analogy, maybe you could do this better. And I listen to those people. I'll respond to those people because those people want to make the stream better. These other people are just miserable. Like, they're just insufferable people. Like, what do you want? What am I supposed to do with this? Even if I say, okay, I'll do everything that you want. I'll allow cursing on stream. You can swear in my chat, and you're above the rules, and no one's above the rules, and screw it. Everybody can swear. That person's still not going to be happy with me. They'll come in and they'll start swearing just to spite me, because people are weird. Like, that's how the internet works, man. People are strange. But, I mean, I guess thank you for the attention, I suppose. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you, King. There's people out here that hate. There's people out there that hate watch the stream. Abso-freaking-lutely. Oh yeah. There's people out there that hate watch. They don't say anything, but I know there's people. Like, the probability states that there absolutely is. There's somebody out there that hates me, and that, you know what? That's fine. You can hate me. I don't care. All right. Oh, thank you. Hugs, you okay? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. I'd love to send you a letter, just need that address first. Nice. I don't know, man. Like, yeah, King, so, once again, I try not to stir the hive of, those types of folks on the internet, but once again, nobody's perfect. But I want to be very clear. You guys have been very, very, very good to me. And I think it's because I'm so straightforward about this stuff. Like, you guys have been super, super freaking good. It's very rare. Like, I can count the amount of times on two hands that I've gotten hate mail. Like, I really don't get it very often. But it does happen from time to time. Loopy, I abide by my rules down there. That's why if I do swear during the day, I will time myself out for 10 seconds, just like anybody else in chat. I'm not above my own rules. And one of the rules down there is that if you have a legitimate criticism of the stream, say it. Say it. I'll listen. But if you're just going to go on a diatribe about how I'm a piece of crap or something, like, that's not constructive at all. Why would I listen to you? But the other thing that you got to take into account, and this is something that folks don't really, you guys as viewers don't see it too often because you're not on this end of the camera, right? And don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining by any means, but look, people say horrible stuff. People say horrible stuff about me in chat all the time. I read it, but you know what I do? I just ignore it. I just ignore it. I do not let it bother me. It's literally just dust in the wind. It just goes by. And I pay attention to the people that are looking to learn. Like, how many times have you guys seen in chat somebody being an idiot in chat during a launch? Happens literally every time. I just ignore them. But why would I give you my breath? All these people just want attention. Just ignore them. They'll go away. Thank you, Nuclear. My only criticism is that I think you're a little too doe-eyed on Elon, but even then, you're very realistic about Elon time. King, look, people are gonna like people that you don't like, dude. That's how the world works. I'm in it for the space, homie. Space. That's why I'm here. That's what I'm here. The other stuff, not my department, bro. Like, no one, I will say this, no one's above criticism. No one is above criticism. Not me, not Elon, not the president, not whomever. No one's above criticism. That's how this whole thing works. And that's what I mean. You gotta be ready for people to be contrarian about things or hate you. It happens. Can't please everybody. Believe me. I have a better part of a decade of retail experience under my belt. Some people just want to complain. Some people just want to hate you because that's where they want to put their energy. That's the way it is.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right, that's fine, man. If that's how you want to be, dude, I can't, okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You see him as an X4 as one of your heroes, so it doesn't make sense. But King, something I've always told you, it's a conversation when we had a conversation about Henry Ford, about a year ago. No one's above criticism. People can do good and bad, right? And hopefully the good outweighs the bad. Everybody has a little bit of devil in them, all right? You do, I do, everyone. That's just human nature, man. That's something to take into account. It's something to understand. Now, once again, that isn't a justification to justify said behavior of people, you know what I mean? It's just something that you have to observe. It's like you're observing data on a rocket. It's something to take into account, you know what I mean? Which is why, King, I don't have problems with people that I disagree with things about. I don't have problems because it's something to observe. Okay, this person thinks differently than me, so what? My critique is you should get sponsored. More money, more resources, better stream content. I'm working on it, Force. Don't worry. I'm working on it. But yeah. Yeah, the devil's even in paintbrushes. Bob Ross used to beat the devil out of him. That's right. It's true, dudes. I don't mean to get so super serious about this, but yeah. Shouldn't let that crap bother you, you know what I mean? Yeah. Kyra, no, believe me, you already voiced your opinion about an hour ago, or about 2 hours ago. Nice, Creeper. Good reference. My only critique is because you don't put enough damn canards on your ship. Well, Pace, like I said, there's times to give people in chat energy, and there's times where you just let people say wrong things in chat and just give them the rope. Here you go. But yeah, guys, like I said, we're all talking about criticizing Streamer as a joke, because the reality of the situation is that I have nothing to complain about. There are more streamers that get way more hate than I do. You guys are insanely good to me, to the point where it's kind of I can't believe that, I see, dude, it gets to the point where I see other streamers talk about stuff on Twitter, and they're talking about oh, this person's a dick, this person's stalking me, blah, 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 and I'm like, that stuff never happens to me. Now, don't get me wrong, there's probably other forces at play there. It turns out that the social constructs that we build around platforms are a lot more complicated than just ones and zeros. I get it, you know, but yeah, I see other streamers oh, I'm getting hate, oh, this person, hates me, blah, 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 blah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Dude, I don't have those problems. But, then again, I usually hear that from streamers that are way bigger than me. So maybe if this stream gets bigger someday, maybe that'll happen. And it probably will, I don't know, man. At the end of the day, King and everybody else, I guess it comes down to, you put your energy where you should be constructive. You know what I mean? I'm good at explaining things about space, and I love space, and I let my passion drive that. You know what I mean? I stay in my lane when it comes to this stuff. I'm very careful about that. Very careful about that. I try not to interject any political opinions into what I do. Except when it comes to spaceflight policy. Then I have very strong opinions about that. But look, I'm a Twitch streamer. I play Kerbal and I teach people about space. I try to stay in my freaking lane. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has to comment about everything all the freaking time.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Sometimes you don't need to have an opinion on this. You can't be an expert on everything, guys. In fact, the drive to try to be an expert on everything is going to make people go bananas. Ah, you got gifted a sub. Right on. At the same time, you do go on and on about some nevers. The donation nevers, you don't go on and on about it and asking and nagging. I earn subs, Havoc. I don't ask for them. I have a very strict rule. I'm not a charity case, dude. That's why I call them tips and not donations. I'm not a charity. This is a for-profit stream. I'm very, very careful with that. Hey, King. Been a minute since I could afford one, but thank you for the gifted. Right on.
Discovery.
Dave gifted some subs. Yeah, see. What are the opinions on shoots on those SRBs of yours? We could recover them. Crash, just get them down into the water and hit the recovery button. That's probably what we'll do. The timing is right with this stack, where we can get the shuttle to main engine cutoff and have it coast to AP with the ET attached. Go down, grab the boosters, hit the recovery button, and then go back up to the shuttle and do the thing. Do the mission. Oh, guys, it's a sub-train. Shaw with an 88 months. Hey, EJ, maybe a dumb question, but do you think we, as humans, ever have a mission where we can send people further than the moon? Yeah, Inferno. Yeah, we could get there. Sure.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
But it's gonna take time. That's the thing. It took the Apollo program, and that's with everybody on board. That's with green flags the whole way. It took the Apollo program 10 years. And that's with everybody being like, yep, we gotta do this, you know? Like, it's gonna take time. It's gonna take time. But there's no insurmountable physics problem that says we can't go to Mars. Now, living on Mars, I would say at this time, with our scientific understanding of Mars, there is no way someone could live there for a long period of time, let alone like colonize the planet. Short duration stays. I would dare say that we wouldn't even be able to do that with the moon. Because how I work with this Inferno is that it's impossible until someone makes it possible. I look at a task, and this is kind of how I look at engineering. I look at a task. Is that impossible to do within the confines of physics? Like, is it possible for me to flap my arms fast enough to be able to fly? No. First of all, my fat ass ain't getting off the ground, all right? I'll take the time out. I'm not getting off the ground that way. There's a couple of things there that you'd have to do to make that work. Like a jetpack or something, right? I'm not doing it with just my hands, right? That's not happening. That doesn't work that way. Is there anything stopping us from going to Mars within the confines of physics? No. There are definitely unknowns. There are definitely things that we haven't taken into account because we won't know until we go. And that's pushing the envelope, dude. And pushing the envelope like that does take time. And that's what I mean about the Apollo program taking 10 years, even when everyone was on board and this is absolutely happening. It still took 10 years to get somebody to the moon. You know what I mean? This stuff takes time. We'll eventually get to Mars. It just really kind of depends on how quickly we want to do it. Totally doable. Absolutely. Kopi. 45 and Kyron, thanks for the 5 subs. Pace, thanks for the 100 bits, guys. I do appreciate it. Storm, thanks for the 25, man. It's been fun. Hopefully there's more. We'll start picking apart that wiring harness next week. We'll figure that thing out. We'll repin it and get it right, dude. I mean, an active biosphere is possible. Well, yeah, Aqualex, of course it is. I don't think a biosphere is something we're doing in the next 20 years, though. But it's definitely possible. Dude, everything's on the table. Because the only thing that's inalienable with spaceflight is physics. We can't beat physics. And even then, that's still with quantum stuff, which I know nothing about. I know nothing about that. With quantum stuff, supposedly you could beat physics. Because, you know, in quantum physics, like, electrons are over there, and then they just find themselves over there. They just kind of move around, and we really don't know why that happens yet. But, once again, maybe we'll beat it. Maybe, dude, like, and if electrons can warp like that, you know, they could just, there's some quantum mechanic that can make electrons just go over here to over here. I look at that and I say, well, electrons is mass, right? And electrons mass. That mass is moving from there to there without, it's breaking the laws of physics. So I look at that and I say, oh, why couldn't that application someday down the road be applied to a spacecraft? Why not? Spacecraft's just mass, right? Now, don't get me wrong. I know enough about quantum physics to realize that I literally know nothing about it. It's probably, if I had to guess, it's probably way more complicated than that. Yep, it's probably a little bit harder than, you know, just one electron as opposed to a giant spaceship, right? That's probably a little more complicated, but it's not off the table. See what I'm saying? That ain't off the table. Because if electrons can do it, why couldn't a spacecraft do it? Right? But don't get me wrong, that's not happening in my lifetime. You know what I mean? But it's possible. See what I mean? So Inferno, yeah, we'll get there. Sure, absolutely. Maybe we'll even get there in our lifetime. It'll happen. Eventually, sure. I really, really, really hope someone gets warp drive down. That would be cool. Because I would really, really like to see, like, another solar system. I think that would be cool. Who is it, Man Ray? Linus, you ever have a circle of friends where there's a friend that is your friend, but he's kind of a dick? That's Edmana. Edmana likes breaking the rules in chat just to screw with me. Sometimes. So, I mean, yeah. He's a jerk, but he's our jerk. That makes sense? Nah, he's a good dude. He's a good dude. He's one of the viewers that I like giving crap. I like dishing it out to that guy. And he likes dishing it right back, which is fine. That's okay. Yeah, Pace, it's weird. I think the biggest thing with quantum, from my limited understanding, is that there's no patterns. Stuff just moves around. There's no patterns to it. And yeah, that's a little strange. Anyway. But yeah, guys, yeah. King, I don't exactly hide that stuff. Like, it's not worth it. You try to hide it, more people are going to try and figure it out. That's just how the internet works, man. Pretty much, alright? That's a good way to put that, sure. Did I tell you I almost flipped this past weekend while racing? Well, good thing you didn't, I suppose. Yeah, Hando, quantum stuff starts breaking some laws of relativity. That's why I don't understand it, because I understand physics. I just learned practical physics. That's fine. Like, I can understand that. That's no problem. But that stuff, what? It's doing what now? All right. So, we have our upgraded attachment points right here. And we know they're strong enough to hold up that ET empty. Obviously not when it's full. We would need the aft attachment struts. I'm not sure if we should add the aft attachment struts just yet. Maybe we should do that, you know, if we go to make a pad or something. But the forward attachment struts I do want. Big thing to wrap your head around with quantum physics is that it seems as though you don't force the universe to choose. If you don't force the universe to choose, it won't. Interesting concept. Yeah, I mean, the other thing is that I could just make a... You know what? I'll just put the provisions in. We'll just put the provisions in. It's easier that way. Yeah, Jackal, exactly. Did you see that someone bought a mid-engine Boss 302 with an LS installed to SEMA? That someone brought a mid-engine Boss 302 with an LS installed to SEMA. Interesting. I don't hate it. It's kind of cool, I guess. That sounds like B is for build. Yeah, I wasn't gonna say nothing, but yeah, that sounds like Chris. I don't know that guy. I just know him because I watch his channel from time to time. I'm trying to think. I mean, this will work here. But yeah. The only thing consistent about quantum mechanics is people misinterpreting it to support their favorite flavor of woo-woo. Yeah, as people do that with a lot of things. I can name a couple people that we heard in the press conference this morning that do that with spaceflight. Take something they literally know nothing about and use it to promote their horrible opinions about things. Happens all the time. It's not just quantum, dude. Alex, thanks to my electronics education, I did study quantum mechanics for a bit. Full Dunning-Kruger in effect. We actually know fairly well how quantum physics happens on the quantum scale, thanks to a set of dedicated laws, Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, special relativity. The big thing, and this ties in with your warp drive analogy, is that we can't figure out how these quantum laws and our classic physics laws mingle between the quantum and the classic scale, aka unification theory. Why don't we catch the hydrogen with a bucket? Exactly, Sirius. Can you believe that? That guy actually asked NASA that. How do you catch gaseous hydrogen with a bucket? He asked that. Unironically. Okay. Yep. I'm sorry, what? In a press conference, there's certain journalists out there that really don't like SLS, and they don't like it because their feelings said they don't like it, right? So they're going to find all the justifications and narratives that they can to write articles about how they don't like SLS. The same guy who claims to be, who does that, claims to be, like, oh, I'm being objective, literally, and claims to understand the source material, literally asked NASA if, when SLS was leaking, if I had a bucket underneath the hydrogen fuel line, how much liquid hydrogen would fill up that bucket. Liquid hydrogen doesn't leak. Gaseous hydrogen leaks. The thing is that it's really difficult to keep hydrogen as a liquid, because if you heat it up 1 or 2 degrees in either direction, it turns into either a gas or, well, densified, and then it goes to 0. So you don't catch liquid hydrogen in a bucket. If liquid hydrogen was leaking out of the line, it would immediately sublimate to gas. Immediately. Because the ambient temperature delta, if it's like 20 C in Florida and hydrogen is minus 290 C, you're talking about a 300 degree swing here. That's enough to take the hydrogen and make it gas because you're heating it up with the atmosphere. So this guy who claims that he knows a ton about SLS and, I have legit criticisms, literally doesn't understand how basic physics work. Okay. Good to know. I did, Aqualex. Yeah, I read about it, but I don't know enough to understand the source material, but yeah. No, Pythos, what was going on is that the guy hears leaks and he thinks like a bucket with a hole drilled in it. It's Dunning-Kruger at its maximum. He thinks that these propellants are just like water flowing through a pipe. And, if it leaks, it's going to drip everywhere. Like I said, so he hears leak and he doesn't understand that the leak is intentional because of physics. You can't break the laws of physics down here, right? And especially not when you're fueling a rocket. Hydrogen only exists as a liquid for like 4 to 5 degrees Kelvin. You try to heat it up too much, it turns to gas. You try to cool it down, you hit absolute 0, and then weird stuff starts happening, or it tries to densify and solidify. But the window for hydrogen to be solid is even smaller. It's like 0.01 K or something. It's not turning into solid hydrogen. That's not happening. It's not happening. That's not gonna happen. So, like, once again, the guy thinks you know, he hears leak and he wants to say, oh, it's leaking all over the place. Not entirely realizing that saying that hydrogen leaks out and saying that of SLS when it tanks, like any hydrogen rocket, when it tanks, saying that leaks out is like when it gets cold and the air goes out of your tires, and saying the tire is a bad design because it deflated itself in the middle of winter. Anybody that lives in the cold, what happens to your tires when it gets cold out? Anyone? Anyone? Yeah. Ideal gas law at work. Physics happens. Long story short. Pressure goes down inside of the tire because of the ideal gas law, because gas contracts when it gets cold. Now, don't get me wrong, that's not the exact same principle as why SLS leaks hydrogen everywhere, but it's a similar, it's on the right track. Does that mean the tire is junk? Does that mean the tire is a bad design? No. There are just certain things that you have to deal with because physics. You can't move liquid hydrogen around without some of it leaking, without some of it turning to gas. Because the second you move really cold liquid hydrogen through a really warm pipe, it's going to evaporate and it's going to boil. What happens when you boil water? The water turns to steam, gas. Funny how that works. Literally a misunderstanding of basic physics. How is this guy still allowed to ask questions? Like, that's what I mean about, going back to it. Why are we wasting our energy? I'm not going to. I'm going to keep working on my shuttle. Yeah, there you go, Myth. The SR-71. Mm-hmm. What was the answer to that bucket question? I think it was... Who answered the question? I think it was Jim Free that answered the question, and he basically said that's not a good analogy. Because we're not leaking liquid, we're leaking gas. Yeah, Aqualex. Yeah, even if everything is thermally conditioned, it still boils. Yeah, hydrogen still boils. So, long story short, you're telling me the guy that thinks SLS is a terrible design doesn't understand how physics works. Okay. Why would you listen to this person? Alright, Everest. See you, buddy. Okay. Guys, what we'll do is, before we go and make the aft SRB struts, let's test out these forward ones and get it going. And then I gotta redesign the nose cone here. I don't want the cow controller sitting off the side of the booster. So, let's take this sucker, switch it over into the VAB, and let's fly. So once again, what I'm working on here with this launch is my booster attachment points, because I want to finish the boosters today, because honestly, having a structural tube right there with this fuel tank in that actually is a really inefficient way to do that. Kerbal doesn't like these parts when it comes to aero. They generate tons of drag. Maybe it's because the collider is cylindric or something. I'm not 100% sure. But long story short, I'm going to replace the forward segment of this SRB, where the parachutes are and everything, and the nose cone and the separatrons. I'm going to replace this forward segment with a fairing. Yeah, we'll put a fairing on this thing, and a skirt attachment system to get the parachutes to deploy like the real ones, because we figured out that you could. So we're gonna do a test launch. This is not a full mission here, and yeah, we'll send it now. See what it does. Yeah, Fanta, I know. You want more bad space opinions? I can't. My mouse won't go off the screen loopy when Kerbal is loading. Maybe I can get at it with the other mouse. Is this the...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
No, J-Speed, I'm not acknowledging that. Alright, dudes, here we go. We have one activated here, so my hold down points should be working. Those should be holding up the stack. We fueled it, right? Alright, let's do this. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Oh, it broke the hold down points again, but we do have a liftoff. Fun fact, the real shuttle did that too. Sometimes it broke the SRBs off the hold down point, just like that. Okay, underway, we got a roll program. So once again, what I'm checking here, what I want to look into here is that the SRBs kind of separate more like the real ones. We're really going to fly this one all the way up to SRB separation. How does one ignite a solid rocket booster anyway? A smaller solid rocket booster city, if you really want to know. Or just a bullet. Just a blank bullet will do it. Seriously, just a bullet. Okay, we're throttling back for max Q here. So seriously, shell casing with a primer cap in the top of the SRB, you hit it, it fires off, fires the gas in, and the heat lights the propellant on fire. You'd be surprised how oftentimes it's literally that simple. Okay. Go at throttle up. Copy, go at throttle up. Okay, Cent's looking real good here on the stack. Should I? Think it'll work? No, we're gonna test the separation here. That won't work because we don't have aft attachment struts, so the SRB will just wobble around in it. Okay, thrust tailing off in SRB. 10 seconds till separation. That was close. That was close to being right. It was pretty good. See how the SRBs aren't really moving around because the pins forced them back first and then it forced them out. That's actually really close. That's what the pins did. Did you see the difference? The SRBs didn't like fall back and then start spinning around. They kind of just stayed out like that. So that's part of it. That's part of getting it right. I'm not sure about the residual thrust, Parallax, but yeah. Cargo Dragon on Atlas 5. Jeez. Fire, I have a Logitech Extreme 3D Pro that I fly with.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Come on now. Hey, Play the Planet, what's up, dude? 34 months. So those SRBs are still flying. Yeah, dude, we can get this thing into space before those SRBs come down, which is kind of crazy, actually. Stand by, press for Miko. Roger, press for Miko. Miko confirmed. Main engine shut down. Stand by for separation here. RCS is on. Showing a good separation. How's the new house coming along? It's coming along good, man. It's because we're missing some of the separator motors, Octolux, but yes. What Kyron said, Phil. Yep. Okay. And yeah, we would have had time to get those boosters back if we just waited till like over here, because we could have been able to switch to the boosters. Cool. Good. That test flight was to mess with my forward attachment, to see if the forward attachment points were strong enough. Make sure that the SRB separation was correct. It's close, but it's not exact. So we'll go and rebuild the nose cones here. Zay, I have hybrid tech holding the front of the SRB in place. Theoretically, I could separate the docking port in flight, and it should be able to handle. Well, it probably won't handle the load because we don't have an aft strut. But is there any footage of the shuttle's ET re-entering? I do believe there's some footage of it from the shuttle re-entering. But you know what? I'm going to leave the aft attachment struts for the SRB as kind of a question. The reason is because, yeah, that's a question to really answer during integration. So that's not really a question that we need answered right now. So I'm gonna make sure that those are even. All right, so that's working correctly. So now let's go back over here. That one worked really good. So, but it wasn't exact. It was close. So now there is the residual thrust, and I'm not sure how the residual thrust is going to work here with this. But if we go and look at a shuttle stack, let's go back and look at Ascent right here. If you look right there, there's a pack of Separatrons sitting on the SRB skirt. That's kind of to get the booster to push out and away. Now, Oglex, I'm not sure if we should use residual thrust like that, but what we should do is put those down there, and that will probably get it right. Where are those things in relation to the booster? Yeah, they're right there. Okay. If I recall correctly, the separator mode is responsible for rotation. It was the residual that moved them away. Dude, how are we going to get that right? How are we going to get that right, man? How would we do that? How far did the shuttle tilt on the pad? Not very far. A couple of degrees. How would we get that right? Honest question. Question, how would we get that right? Question. That would be something. Is this a boondoggle that'll get us to keep us from getting to Dooner for 3 months? Nah, no, not at all. This is something that we should be able to solve this afternoon. Yeah, we should be able to solve it. Yeah, T-Man, that was a fun race. Yeah, Kyron. Alright. How did you make the pins? Thermo bearing. It's just the thermo bearing. Just straight hybrid tech. This one is attached to the SRB, the housing is attached to the tank. Simple. There's just 2 on either side, instead of 1 in the center, because I don't have enough room. I can't make a pin that small in KSP, so I just put 2 on either side. It works. And that, more importantly, that should be, we could use that to integrate, too. If we wanted to hang an external tank on some SRBs, we could do that. That's doable. The boosters would need to have the same thrust-to-weight ratio as the shuttle plus ET at separation. So I think the first thing to do, I guess, Julie, that's a good point. First thing to do would be literally pause the game. Pause the game right after separation. I probably should have done it on that last flight. But, oh boy, I gotta launch it again. Damn. That sucks. Payload or no? No, I don't want to put a payload in it because then the TWR would be lower. We honestly would need to match it to the highest TWR that the shuttle could possibly have, right? That's what we would, or no, should we do it to the lowest? Is it lowest or highest? We would want it matched to the lowest because then if it's higher, it'll separate faster. Yeah, that's a good, yeah, you're right. You're right. Hang on a second. Why no SEP motors on the skirts of the SRBs? I haven't gotten that far, Josh. That's why. Haven't gotten that far. Actually, you know what, dude? Let's just put them on there right now. Screw it. Yeah, you don't want the boosters overtaking the shuttle. That's what I'm worried about, Julie. Like, that's why I'm, like, so hesitant to do it. I know good and well that that's how SRBs work. They have residual thrust that kind of... Like, an SRB never really shuts off. It just turns into a nice flamethrower. There's always some residual, even after separation. The SRBs are still firing. Technically, they're firing through separation. That does happen. I don't know if I want to do that in KSP, man. I don't know if I want to do it. That doesn't seem smart. That doesn't seem like the smart thing to do. I'm scared. So I'll put the aft ones on though. We'll put them there and we'll see where it gets us. So I got 4 of them up there. And then we have 4 down here. That's how the real one does it. We'll check the TWR on the shuttle during this launch, but we'll put these on here too. We can do some simultaneous testing. That's really not a problem. Forget the stupid question, but don't those damage the flare on the booster? No, the nozzles are pointed out, dude. They were on the skirt. I know. I know. I'm literally looking at them right there. And it looks like the nozzles are pointed out, so we can't tilt the nozzle on this. So what I'll do is I'll just tilt these all 5 degrees off the skirt like that, and then we'll take them, set the fuel to 1.6 so they have the same burn time as the boosters, as the separators up top. There we go. And then AG4 is my separator. Activate, 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 activate. Those are all crooked. I should remake this. They're super freaking crooked. Like, they're not spaced evenly. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but... Tad bit annoying. Close enough. Okay. Everything is bound right. So now, okay, this next test that we need to do, this next simulation flight, we need to load the payload, load the heaviest payload we can think of. You know what? Let's just be absolutely 130% sure, or 154% sure that this will do it. Let's get the TWR when the shuttle has a full 36 tons of whatever in it. The reason why I'm doing it this way is because in the future, if we want to carry something with the aft cargo carrier, I'll know for sure that the SRBs will separate correctly if I have 18 tons of cargo here and 18 tons of cargo here. It is a gross freaking overestimation on payload. Because we're never carrying 18 tons of whatever down here on the aft cargo carrier, but it's good to know that we could. That means whatever I want to put down here, I know will work. Disable the fuel tank? Oh, yeah, good call. Alright, cool. So, once again, this is not going to have the tail off, the residual. We're not doing that just yet. We need to see the shuttle's TWR, and then we can figure out what thrust the booster needs to be at with set amount of fuel to make the thrust, the TWR on the booster, lower than the shuttle. So when we separate, the boosters will still be firing for a couple of seconds, right? But they'll, but the shuttle will pull away. That's how we get the proper separation and ensure that these things won't hit the wings and they won't do anything except separate with no matter what payload we're carrying. Can you just check the SRB thrust and mass? Jack, I'm not sure how I'm going to get the shuttle's TWR with the external tank by checking the SRB thrust and mass, but, I mean... No? Different grain geometry, but it shouldn't be too much to thrust tail off. Do that's maybe for the real life ones. Yeah, I could do that, or we could play. Interesting cyborg. Check real quick. Are the skirt and nose motors at the same angle? They're 45 degrees off the stack. Yeah, I looked. Yeah, they're at the same angle, Aqualux. I checked it at the beginning. Alright. Set these things here. Action group 1 is equipped. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. We got a lift off. Shuttle's underway. We got a roll program. Roger, roll. Once again, this is carrying the aft separator motors now. We'll see what happens. And we got 36 tons in there, so I'm gonna open up this and basically at separation, guys, I'll keep the motors maxed, and at separation, when I hit it, you guys gotta watch. We gotta get a good number here. You guys gotta watch that number. I gotta watch the stack to make sure that it separates correctly. $36 tons seems like no big deal. And Hip, that's why I took the time to dial it in, and we were talking about center of mass drain yesterday. Because honestly, putting 36 tons in here is a delta V limitation and not a limitation of the stack. And I'm willing to bet that the real shuttle could move more payload into space too, but like you could put 40 tons of payload in here if you really wanted to, but then the shuttle wouldn't have enough fuel to make it into space. It's not that it would flip out of control. We're watching the TWR of the shuttle stack at separation, guys. Everything's looking good on the stack. She's staying nice and strong. Very good. SRB separation. So we should get a separation at 1 minute 40... 1 minute 47, I think. Note that our TWR is going down because of the thrust tail off on the SRBs, which we programmed with the CAL controllers. See, thrust is tailing off on the SRB. Hello. Yeah. Come on, you. All right, ready? Five, 2 seconds. $125, 1.25. Okay. 1.05. It went from 1.5 to 105 to 1.25. Yeah, I'm gonna think that the 105, guys, was with the dead boosters, with the boosters not firing. But at SEP right there, we saw at separation right there, 125 is probably the lowest TWR that we're gonna see. I think that sounds about right. $125 is what we need. So we need the SRBs to be able to... Now we got to go look. And Jack, I think this is what you were talking about. Now that we have the key number here, let's flip back over into the SPH, right? Now that we have that number, go here like this. And then let's make a new craft file. And what I will do is just use the design that we have on the current one, knowing full well that what the design we do in the future is going to be... Actually, the design might end up being a little bit lighter than this. Thanks, Foodface. All right, so we don't need to angle the separatrons. We can just put them there. And then we have more down here. This is just to get the mass right at separation. Right? And then the docking port. So this can be a challenging problem because the SRBs are burning fuel, right? They're burning fuel, so we would never want them to we never want the SRBs to go above 1.25 if we separate them while they're still going. But we also have to make sure that after separation, they never get to a point where they exceed 1.25 TWR, because then they'll separate and then they'll fly past the shuttle. Obviously, we don't want that. So that means that our thrust, we wouldn't have a linear thrust, right? We wouldn't have a linear thrust at separation. The thrust would have to go down correlative to the mass to keep the TWR constant, right? Ooh, this is a tricky problem to solve. All right, I like this. I like this. Okay. All right. All right, so we can get our TWR indicator here. One might argue you need to be more aggressive than 1.25 because the SRB drag coefficient will be better than the space shuttles. I mean, I'm not aiming for 1.25 on the dot. With JSP, what I just said, this thing should never get near 1.25 TWR. I want a little bit of safety margin there. Honestly, I want to design this so this thing never goes above 1.0 TWR post separation. Yeah, it should never do that. All right, so let me load up that clip that Foodface loaded up here. If we're using the rest of our programmed thrust curve here, let's take a look. Double EJs. 2 seconds. $25.60 is nil here. So we had 81, so there was like 60 SRB. let's go back over here at the beginning of the clip. At 145, there's 177 solid propellant. So good number. So that means that each booster has 75 SRB grain in it. So let's take that number and set it to, oh crap. Ooh. Excuse me. Try putting it in with a numerical input. Oh. It does that, Loopy. Yeah, I guess we can do that. Alright, so if we're making 100% of rated with 75 fuel left, we have 13.3 TWR. So let's just take that and move that down to 10. What is that going to give us? 1.3. Okay, let's move it to 5. 0.65. Good. Where's the wastegate though? Sorry. Delayed wastegate. 0.65. Thrust limiter at 7. Oh, yeah, prespool. Yeah. Are you counting the 8 SEP motors? Well, let's set the thrust limiter to 0 to see if it's screwing with us. Non-negligible. I mean, they're propellant amounts, yes. Yeah, okay. So all right. We needed to just basically stay. I'd say keep it at, like, keep it low, because that could ramp. It could ramp up. So, like, let's say at 5, if we have 6% of thrust, see the TWR will ramp. 67. And if we go to 8, keep it at 7. That means right before the thing shuts off, it will barely even get to 1.0 TWR, which is good. And actually, just to be absolutely sure, what we can do is take the solid fuel out of this, because this will be post-separation. If we can take the Separatrons getting wasted there. Isn't this TWR at sea level? Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, changing that to vacuum thrust changes things a little bit. 0.91. 76. Negligible. I think 5 is the magic number to be sure that that never happens. Okay, so what's our burn time at 5 with 77 fuel left? burn time is 8 seconds, which means they'll keep going for 8 seconds after separation, which that'll be fine. Okay, cool. All right, so now don't save any of that. So 5% throttle. That's what we want. 5% on the thrust limiter on the Cal controller with the numbers that we discussed. That's perfect. So let's go over here like this. At least it should be good enough to get it right. So let's go back over to stack prototype number 4. And we have Cal controllers programmed in here. And we know that flameout happens at 1:47. The flameout happens at 1 minute 47 seconds, which is 107 seconds. So this goes... This Cal controller only goes for 100 seconds. Which means that if I set that number right there to 5 on the thrust limiter, at 1 minute 40 seconds, if we separate, it'll do exactly what we want. Copy that curve. Actually, we had it pretty damn close, dudes. That pre-programmed Cal controller was almost good. That was really close to being right. Cool. Not bad. All right. Let's do it. Let's see if our math checks out. That was just there to get minimum TWR. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a more garden variety payload mass in here at 18 tons. Close that thing out. All right, let's see if crunching the numbers does it. You guys ready? I'm kind of because I still need to redo the nose cones on the booster. Or we could just leave them. Are you? Yeah. This should do it. So we're gonna separate it 100 T plus 100 seconds. Literally when the cows run out. Did we move the fuel from the cones? Yeah. Yeah, those have nothing in them. I'd say put the separator in the Cal controller. I'm not 100% sure that will happen. These Cals, even if we keyed the separation sequence in, sometimes they don't do it. We could. Oh, I can't tell it to fire an action group in here. I forgot. You can do that in kRPC. I think I'll just do manual separation for now. If there is a way to program that with a Cal controller, that is absolutely doable. Can you have it stage? I don't think so. We already did, Jack. The numbers say that this should work just fine. We used the 36 ton on the last test to get our worst case scenario. That's when you were talking about using SRBs. No. This should work. It should work just fine. Should be fine regardless, but from a systems thinking standpoint, remember that a higher shuttle TWR and separation will have greater vertical thrust component due to the engine angle. And Rocket Guy, that's the exact reason why I put 18 tons in this thing instead of 36. That is the exact reason. I have the payload just to up the TWR on the shuttle to see if we get any wing contact. That was the reason why I did it. All right, here we go. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It keeps breaking off the damn clamps. Oh, baby. Come on now. Okay, going for the roll program. Roll program complete. Azimuth has been established. Yeah, Shotzi, we good. Maybe put a couple of clamps where the tail service masts are to hold down the shuttle. That it'll just break off of those clamps. Okay. Plus 60. Go at throttle up. Copy, go at throttle up. "25 seconds. Or no, 35 seconds at that time until separation. We got 30 seconds until separation. Everything's looking good here. We got our finger on the separator here. Come on, baby. Five seconds until SRB separation. I'm scared. I'm scared! What's happening? This is not good! My SRBs are hanging on the wings! Shut off! Please, shut off! Oh my goodness! Ah! No, no. What is your thrust limiter at? Damn it. We scratched the paint. I'm sure it's fine. Hey, Baden, what's going on? Yeah, the spaceflight urges are tingling again. Yep. Yeah, timer.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
No, we should separate it. Met time 1 minute 40 seconds. Yeah, it should separate. I added a little bit more to that cal controller. The TWR was a little high on the SRVs. Oh yeah? You think? The Separatrons did fire, right? Yeah, they should have. Yeah, they definitely were there. But is the MET aligned with the cal timer? There might be deviance there because KSP's MET timer is weird. Well, all right. Here's what we'll do. I'll set that to 5. Right? We'll set that to 5 and we'll leave it like that. And then I'll copy this curve over to the other cal controller over here. Take that. Cool. Maybe have the Separatrons fire just a bit longer. Well, it didn't slide out of the pin, Bandit, which means we didn't... The SRB's TWR was greater than the shuttles. Cool thing is that nothing broke. In real life, that would be disastrous. Yeah, this is what I mean. Getting these to sequence right is going to be a little bit difficult. We'll try it again. Send it!
Discovery, go at throttle up.
When they're pointed it away from them when woo, I don't think so. We'd have to watch. Slowing down would compound the problem, Spotchus, though, because the SRB's TWR was higher than the shuttles. Yikes, away again. The TWR on the SRBs was too high, Rocket. They stayed inside of the pins. They didn't separate. Okay. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hello? What the hell did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? That's what I did wrong. That's what we did wrong. That's what, yep, okay, yeah, that's, not good. Yeah, that's what we did wrong. I was, like, what, hey, what's going on there? Yeah, that was death. Yep. But you calculated, so where's the discrepancy? I don't know, man. I'm not 100% sure. We're going to test it again and see what happens. I'm going to watch the cal controller this time. I think Loopy might be right. I think there's a desync between the cal controller and the met time. I think. We gotta prove it, though. We got to prove it. We got to prove it, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Jean-Jacques. 1 year. Merci. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have a commit and a liftoff. Roll program.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Timers are synced, Loopy. Nice! Shacks are 78 months. Thanks, man. Seen you work on this a few times over the years. Hell yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay, throttling back for max Q. We're into the throttle bucket here. Max Q. Go at throttle up. Copy, go throttle up. Sorry, but look at the staging. What, that staging? What about it? I'm using action groups to key it, Paul. All good, man. Hey, Dread, 23 months. Go Jeb, go Collins. Come on now. I have to stage the liftoff to get the CAL controller to start. Now, our CAL controller's synced. 1 minute 30 is 90 seconds. It seems to be synced. We're gonna tee it up at 100 seconds. So ready? Huh. That's the booster TWR. It's 1.3. Thrust output 369. Nice. With solid fuel 332 left. Yeah, at separation, the controller shuts off, City. So its last detected thrust would have been... There's our discrepancy right there. We're still going up. If I unpause this and that thrust number goes up, despite the thrust limiter on the Cal controller not working, we're not taking into account vacuum TWR. But the crazy thing is that we did. It's going down. Hey Kix, what's going on? What does the controller do? It's programming the thrust trail off on the SRBs, Kix. It's 5%, Jack. The Cal controller programmed it, dude. But because I don't think we took into account that the thrust does go up as the rocket gets higher because of lower ambient pressure. So that's why I halved it. I more than halved the program thrust on that Cal controller. So it should stop at a little bit under half of 370, which is, it should be about 160 kilonewtons of thrust, which should put the TWR well below. This should work. Yeah, Jolly, you're probably right, but that's not what the real one does. I'm trying to mimic the shuttle separation as much as possible. Alright. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff. Underway, we got a roll program. You're setting 5% for 107, but stepping at 100. It's linear, Mr. Thu. It'll stay. I mean, it doesn't matter. The Cal controller freezes at 100. So at 100, I have it set to 2, not 5. I switched it. I bumped it down to 2. Yeah, I got you, Mr. Thu. All good, man. Throttling back for max Q. We're at max Q. What's your favorite movie? I don't know. Go at throttle up. Trees, 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 scatter, 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 scatter. We're good. No, Aqualux, I don't. It's just a graphics glitch, King. Wouldn't worry too much about it. Okay, here we go. 15 seconds until separation. Thrust tailing off, SRB. 10 seconds to separation. This thrust should drop. It is still way high. I'm going to wait until that thrust is below 300. Oh, I see what we did. We have reserve propellant because we made it throttle down faster. All right, we'll SEP at 150. All right. That's the right idea, but they still bonked the wings. I think we need to lower the thrust on those back thrusters. I don't think they're... The booster got stuck on the pins. I saw it. I saw it. I think we're making too much power down here, Aqualux. So let's... The other thing is, guys, is I think we really need to dial in the thrust curve, because the SRBs burning for that freaking long is not how the real shuttle worked. The real shuttle is a lot more violent on ascent. I'm not going to lie to you. We need to keep the SRB's thrust curve a lot higher for a lot longer so it burns more fuel. We shouldn't be separating halfway to orbit. We should be about a quarter of the way. So these things should really pop off at about 90 seconds, maybe. So we're going to need to do some tweaking to the thrust curves, but we can work on that today. I just want to see if we can get the separation right. So, for the meantime, ignore the staging times. I just want to see if it's possible to set these boosters correctly. That and what we did a second ago did work. That was right. Yeah, we got to make the thrust fall off a lot steeper. It needs to really... This needs to go up here, and then this needs to be... The bucket needs to be a lot steeper, so it needs to go up here, like this. Let's try that. Copy this and move it to the other one. This thing's really, really gonna go. What we could also do is make it exactly like a bucket, so it doesn't burn so it doesn't throttle back as much. This thing's, dude, this is really gonna do some stuff. Okay. This thing's gonna go, man. She's gonna go. But that's what the shuttle should do. It really needs to get out of the hole fast. We really need to ramp that thrust right off the bat. I mean, the shuttle's TWR off the pad, even with the heaviest payloads, it's like 1.3, 1.4. It really books off the pad. It goes fast, man. Nah, I mean... That shouldn't make that much of a difference, dude. But we should, but I'm already loading it up. Can you run the cow based off of the fuel remaining and not time? Nope. Nah, it's not kRPC, dude. We could do that with kRPC, I'm pretty sure, but yeah. I mean, no, technically you're not wrong. When you do testing, you want to test for the worst case scenario. That's when you figure out where you fail, right? Like, please continue the shuttle build when 2.0 drops. Remember that your total impulse is the area under that curve. You only have so much total impulse. Yeah, I know. You're only gonna get so much energy out of that much solid fuel. I understand that. I'm trying to get more of the energy faster. More energy faster. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Send it. What's the TWR? 175! We're going fast, man! Okay. I'm gonna watch the throttle there. Okay, throttle it down. The dynamic pressure got a little bit higher that time. Jeez. The dynamic pressure is a little bit higher than it was before. But that's what the shuttle's supposed to do, man. The shuttle's supposed to book. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful, man. Do SRBs have that much gimbal? Yep. We're at max Q. Oh my goodness. Go at throttle up. Copy, go, throttle up. Dude, that booster might run out of fuel. I see what you're saying. It might run out of fuel before it gets low. We'll see. Oh man, that's a lot of power. Okay. Alright, we're in acceptable limits. Pause for a second. Freeze it, tank. Yeah, we already knew that, Crash. I know. We already knew that because 369 was 1.3, so yeah. That makes sense. Degrees. 100 is a degree of gimbal, so they have 8 degrees of gimbal on the SRBs. I modified the craft file because I wanted this to fly like the real shuttle. The real SRBs, guys, have 8 degrees. They have a movable nozzle. There's a vectorable nozzle down there on the real ones. That's why they have this big aft skirt on them to hold all the gimbal actuation. The Cal controller is not going to get to 100 seconds here. Yeah, it ran out. Ran out at 79. Yeah, it was ramping. It was still ramping down. Yeah, we used it all up. We'd need to shorten that Cal controller and compress this into... See, I'm not 100% sure. Is compressing this... Here's the SLS SRB thrust curve. Okay. Time and thrust percentage. I don't feel like doing calculus today. Nice, Jared. There you go. Let's start with a new programmed curve. Why did we increase the liftoff thrust? What needed tweaking was the tail off to be much steeper. Our SRBs weren't flaming out till like 150, Rocket Guy. That's not right. That's not correct. I mean, it works. Don't get me wrong. I got them to set, but getting them to get to that time, right, didn't really do what I wanted it to do. Now this could be as simple as just literally taking this cow controller, right, and then going over here and plussing in a point right here and setting that point to 2% throttle. Earlier burnout probably means no riding the boosters back down. Alright, let's program new ones. Let's program new ones and we'll see where it gets us. We can always go back, because this is just Jebstone 4's thrust curve. Easy peasy. I can always go back to it. No problem. Yeah, Crash, link up that Quackulus that you had the other day. Link that up. And we'll program that into this and see what it does. How goes the stack building? Good. Right, having them tail off steeper means they burn higher longer, eating up all the fuel. It all was good except tail off. But they're separating way too late during ascent, dude. They're not... I mean, we could just say screw it. Yeah, Cyborg, I know. I mean, Rocket, we're trying to get it to, I'm trying to get it to mimic the real thing. 1 minute 50 is really late for an SRB separation. The real shuttle didn't carry the boosters for that long, I don't think. It was like 2 minute 30, about the same burn time as the first stage, because the SRB is the first stage, right? Like, here is the thrust curve in time. Okay. Yeah. All right, so Rocket Guy, what I want to try to do is this. Captain Crash already did the Quackulus here. Keeping them burning higher longer shortens the burn time. trail off was too gradual. Well, yeah, look at this. See? I'm going to take that, and we're programming that in. Crash, thank you for doing the Quackulus. Actually, Captain Crash had this figured out yesterday. So... Yes, see the steep trail off. I see what you're saying, man. I got you. Yeah, cool. All right. So, guys, we might need to go do some TWR calculations over again. But let's do this right. Let's do it right. I'm going to rebuild this with the parachutes and everything. If we're going to do it, let's do it. So, just to make sure that the craft file is, continuity is right. So, send that out there like that. All right. Halloween, everyone. Can someone sum up this mission? I'm working on getting my boosters to act like the real SRBs using a cow controller to program their thrust. So the SRBs come to a point pretty much right where the LOX tank starts to curve inward. So where does our LOX tank start to curve in? Actually, yeah, pretty much like right there. That's when the first curve is very gradual. So yeah, our nose cones are actually a little bit too long. Just a little bit though. All right, so here's what we're doing, fellas. Bye-bye. Good old ruler game. Okay, how are we gonna do this? How are we gonna do this? How are we gonna do this with the parachutes? I'm gonna need two fairings here for this design. One of them has to be that forward SRB segment, and the other one has to be the nose cone. The nose cone is going to have to deploy. Because the parachutes are inside of the fairing. Yeah, that's what it's gonna have to do. Okay, cool. I have the design in my head. Let's do this. No, RJ. So the SRBs on the shuttle, the nose cone actually pops off. The nose cone that has the separators in it. It does pop. And when it pops, and when it pops off, the parachutes deploy. So that's going to be our forward segment of the SRB. Oh. Oh, please hold. Please hold. Got to make the ruler match the outside profile of the SRB right there. Give me 1 second, guys. This is one of those things where I can't really look at chat and do this at the same time. You got to be precise. I like it. I like that. That's cool. Alright, I'm just going to put the rulers off to the side here for a moment. And now the nose cone needs to go right to here. So, how are we going to do this? I need to watch the SRBs coming back down. Let's take a good old peekarino over here. Yeah, see? There's that forward segment. No, they don't even have the... I'm confused. Forward segment has the pin right there. Okay, there's the forward attachment pin. So the ET would be right here. Does it pop the entire forward segment off?
Right now we're...
They leave sonic booms. Word? Yeah, okay. Yep, pumping the water out. And then they just towed the freaking things back. Towed them, turned the face on this, send them back to Utah. Cool. There's the nose cone. Yummy. Thermite water. Alright, we need to ride the boosters down. I need to see something here. Oh, hold on. Let's just... Look at how much that shuttle shakes around. Look at it shaking. Oh, damn, that's cool. Oh my god, that's freaking sweet, dude. Look at it accelerate. That thing is booking. 20 seconds to 300 miles an hour. That's just a hauling, dude. It's so cool. Transonic. Dick. So freaking cool, dude. They did, Shutzy. We talked about this yesterday. I did Pythos, yeah. The whole thing is kind of like... That's cool. See, they're still firing. Oh, that's so legit. Oh, man. That's so cool. Yeet. Go read Cave if you want to get upset, Shutzy. These are my favorite shots right here. These are some of my favorite shots from the entire shuttle program. Because it's not every day you get to see a shuttle blasting into space. Oh, that's so good. That is so good, man. Oh, that's so good. Yeah, they're inside of the nose cone. Got it. So does the drogue chute pull the nose cone off of the booster, Thomas? I'm confused. Well, actually, Mammon, here's the thing. So here's the thing about the SRBs. The SRBs don't need to do anything like supersonic retropropulsion or anything. So one, these casings are made out of steel. They'll go through re-entry. Secondly, the SRB for its size is just a hollow pipe. It has a really low ballistic coefficient. Think fairings, like the fairings, like SpaceX's fairings. They're really light and they're very big. So the SRBs didn't need to do anything like that. They actually just slowed down. No re-entry, not too much at least. And whatever did would just burn the paint a little bit. The crazy part about this is that, you know, these things will come back down and they'll go engine first. They'll go with the nozzle pointing down, right? And when they do, air actually gets compressed up inside of the chamber. And that actually slows it down. Yeah, see? See? Little bit of re-entry. Little bit. Burning some paint off, but it's all right. See, the thing is that these things are pretty freaking big, right? But you're still, like, if they parachuted down and landed on land, they would just crumple like a soda can, right? Because it's just an outer skin, it's just a steel case, right? So the nutso part about this is that, yeah, see, yeah, you're still getting, see, the air is compressing inside of the chamber, and then that's why this is intermittent, going. Because it's compressing and then it's shooting out the whatever residuals in there is expanding and puffing out. Almost like pulse jet style, almost. It's not exactly the same, but see, look. Transonic. Now watch this. When the SRB parachutes down and when it lands, it's just a hollow tube. It's just a hollow tube, right? So the chutes deploy, right? And then you come back down here and it hits the water. When it hits the water, there's still air inside of the combustion chamber, the inside of the pipe. It's a hollow tube, right? That air actually acts as a shock absorber. The whole booster turns into a gigantic shock absorber. Think about that for a second. That's how it lands intact. Whole thing lands like a giant shock, and air gets compressed inside of the combustion chamber and acts as a damper to dampen out the remaining vertical speed. And air actually ends up getting trapped in there. And it got trapped in there, and the booster just ends up staying straight up. It naturally stabilizes like that. It'll just stabilize straight up. Isn't that cool? And there's the recovery ships out there. And there's the nose cone. That's the nose cone, right? It's the nose cone in the drogue chute. Gosh, dude, that's so smart, man. You know what the crazy thing is? That's not a bad way to do this. When it would never happen before, so there really wasn't much procedure for it. The pressure inside of the tube must have been crazy, right, Mammon? Yeah, it would have been crazy, but that's really not a lot of pressure inside of there compared to the pressure that's inside of there when this happens. Right here. Ooh, that's not... Dude, look at how much the stack just moves around. The whole thing is bending and flexing under load. Look at the shuttle. Just... Oh, man, and that's why I'm building the shuttle right now, my brother. That's why we're doing it right now. Because I'm going to do that. Because... frick you, space shuttle. Not you. You know what I mean? So, it looks like the drogue pulls the cone off, and then inside of the nose cone, but attached to the forward skirt on the SRB, are the mains. We can do this. This is very doable. Alright, so we have our forward skirt here. What fall off the shuttle in the last video? They're just Tyvek plugs for the RCS. They just put insulation in there to make sure like a bird doesn't go and nest itself in the thruster or something. You're still on one-time symmetry. Okay. You want me to not be on one-time symmetry? Sorry, I thought it was unintentional. It was unintentional, Alex. I'm just giving you crap. Sorry, man. Yeah, you're not wrong. Now, how are we going to solve this problem? This gets a little tricky. So, how are we going to have a drogue chute, pull the nose cone off? How are we going to do that? Oh, the shuttle's back. That's right, Gore-Tex. Yep. How are we going to make that happen? Relax tank on booster 7 is getting frosty. Stay frosty. Flip drogue inside of a conical fairing following light decoupler atop big mains. If you clip the chute inside of the fairing, Alex, it's not gonna go unless you deploy it. That's the thing. How are we gonna do this? I'm not sure, Banana Time. I don't think. No, Cal controllers cannot pick up on altitude. I'll have to manually... What we can make it do, Audrey, is arm the chutes. We'll make it arm the dang chutes, but if it arms the drogue, that means I'm going to have to manually sequence that. Not a fan of doing that. Bury the drogue. You'd have to do a lot of analysis with it, Owens, but yeah, you could do something like that. You could have it shear something. You just got to find the right part. That would be difficult to do, but you could do it. Take a lot of testing. All right, what do we have for the drogies? That's the drogue chute. That is a drogue chute. Okay. What's the controller do? Thrust. So then what we would need to do, man, I don't know if this is gonna work in an open fairing, guys. I don't think it will. I don't think that'll work in an open fairing. Only one way to find out. Yeah, so what we're going to need, since these are recoverable, we're going to have to recover them anyway. Let's use a 1/8 decoupler, right? Oh, it got rid of my fairing. Is it really worth recovering SRBs? They're dirt cheap, and the time it takes you to get them back, you could just run another mission or two. In game or in real life, Fred? In game. I'm just gonna go hit the recovery button, dude. We're not doing that. Yeah, I'm just gonna hit recovery, man. That kind of looks, what's the word? Terrible? Yeah. Yeah, that kind of looks horrid. Does it matter, Alex? Terrible. That's French. Wait. That's French, man. That too. You okay? Oh, the other thing, dudes. The freaking Separatrons. Oh, no. The Seps. How are we going to do that? The Seps won't fire if they're inside of the fairing, I don't think. Actually, no. Yeah, they will. They will. They yeah. No, never mind. I'm stupid. They absolutely will. So let me get the little boy drug chute right here. Yep. Yep. You know what? I hate it. I hate it. I hate it a lot, actually. Yeah, I hate that. Let's not do that. That looks freaking terrible. Yeah, it looks horrid. So yeah, let's not do that. What I am going to do is this. Nope. Nope. You know what? Screw it. I'm going with what works. Let's just do that. Let's just do that. Okay. What's the ugliest rocket ever made? I don't know. It's up there, Alex. Oh. It didn't. Sorry, it's true. Actually, you know what? A fairing is still not going to work here because the chutes will deploy. As much as I hate these freaking pieces, they were working just fine, and honestly, it's not that big of a deal. If we do something like this, right? And then inside of here, right? So we can take the drogue chute and we can use the big one and just put it in the nose cone. It will create a little bit of drag, but that's not that big of a deal. You can get the same texture out of an engine plate, right? Yeah, Thany, you could, but I don't like engine plates. Engine plates do weird things with the hierarchy. You could do an engine plate and then it'll have built-in ejection. That is a good point. Alright. We could try it. Guys, when you balk the engine plate, though, does the shroud stay? I need the shroud to stay there. That's important. It has to stay, because the chutes are going to be packed in there. Its shroud doesn't stay. Ah, that was a good thought, but that's not. Yeah, no, I need it. I need that piece to stay. If somebody wants to test if you can deploy parachutes in a hollow fairing, I would really appreciate it, but I'll go with this way because I know it works. You're 90% that it works. Okay. Well, check it. Check it for me, bros. Oh, nice, Sebi. Very cool. That's cool, bud. Guys, actually, check it for me real quick. I'll be right back, dudes. I'm just gonna go use the restroom real fast. Give me 1 second, okay? Just gotta take a pee-pee. We'll get another test flight in when I get back. Give me 1 second. Be back. Alright, I'm back. Waste fluids have been drained. Yeah, Woody, it's mod only right now, but yeah, that's what I'm using. Just a bunch of visual mods, guys. It's still bone stock KSP. At least, kind of under the hood, so to speak. Street fight? What's going on? All right. That's what I'm using, Pacey, yeah. You know what, dudes? It's probably better to not pop than... screw it. It don't matter. Yeah, we can figure that one out. See, okay, so here's the thing, guys. I might actually not do this, don't do the separatable nose cone. Because what I'm going to have to do is when we're riding the SRBs down, I have to switch to one, deploy the drogue, switch to the other, deploy the drogue.